Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Pride and shame. Sometimes the scars ain't worth the pain. Hit 'em where it hurts 'em. Can't stop the rain. Let the money burn, feed the fame. We don't give a damn about it. I'm an outlaw, cooler than the West Coast. I'm a young gun looking for a smoke show. Quick to draw and I shoot to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it. There she goes to kill. Do it all for the thrill of it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of LCK Spring 2020 Week 4. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by LS for the first time in 7 days, my dude. It's been a long time.
Oh,
Yeah.
it has.
I know.
Well, not quite 7 days because we finished the day, so it's almost 7 days.
Yeah, that's true.
It's more like 6 days and, what, 17 hours?
Well, I mean, you're arguing semantics because we also filmed the podcast yesterday.
So then why were you lying to open the show?
I wasn't, because actually the
Whatever.
podcast will come out on Tuesday.
I don't want to hear about
at
it.
10 p.m. KST, guys. We're going to have like a really cool teaser coming out as well, which is really exciting. Ian is having a really good time with this one. I feel like he is just extending further. Have you seen it?
No,
the
I have not
teaser?
seen it yet.
Have you seen 2001: A Space Odyssey? Stanley Kubrick classic?
No.
Of course you haven't. You're not a boomer.
I saw Event Horizon.
You did?
Yeah.
That has
I was
nothing
told
to do
that,
with it.
Okay, well, you said space, and then you named a very old year, so...
I mean, Event Horizon, yes, also quite an old film.
I was told
Definitely
that it was scary, but it
different,
wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It's a different vibe. Yeah.
Vygar's named Event Horizon.
Have you seen Armageddon? Because
Yeah.
I put that in the same category as Event
Yeah.
Horizon.
Now, talking about Armageddon, how about you tell them about the first match?
All right, so speaking of Armageddons, it is APK versus Gen.G. Gen.G will be starting off on our blue side for this one, and let's have a look at where they sit in the standings, because that's why it's called Armageddon. Gen.G vying for that first spot with a 2-0 here. They will even things out with T1. However, they don't have the head-to-head, and therefore T1 will remain in the top spot. And APK just need to win more games, and they need to win as many games as possible. Currently 4 points behind Sandbox, and they were vying for that bottom position with teams like Griffin and KT, but KT has made a miraculous recovery, and Griffin has won an extra match on top of APK. They have an opportunity as well at the end of the day to also do it. As we have a look at some of the points of the match for this one, Let's see what we've pulled out of the bag to try and get you interested in Gen.G slaughtering, versus APK Prince.
Gen.G grabbed a 13-0 perfect win against Afrika, and we've had a few of those in the LCK perfect wins.
T1, the last team to get one, I believe.
Yeah, and Gen.G, they sort of perfect game KT, if you remember.
Yeah, okay.
But I guess it's not classified as a true perfect game. There was something going on there.
There was like one thing. I like to say that it's just a certain thing away from a perfect game. I just explain everything in the context of it being a perfect game.
Prince Expedition is having a rough journey. Finally, they're facing the Fellowship of the Ring, and then
that's an old Gen.G meme, by the way, here in Korea.
And T1, as you already mentioned, is in the top spot. Gen.G trying to get the 2-0 to tie that up, and guaranteed win. Gen.G's undefeated picks. Ornn top. That's not very hard.
Yep.
Jarvan and Zoe. And how's APK going to react to them?
I'm more looking forward to seeing B2D on the LeBlanc again because I'm very excited about that. Let's bring up the team stats. Try not to cringe too much when you see the differences here. First in KDA is Gen.G. 10th is APK. Let's pack it up. That basically explains my entire point. However, the team damage per minute is lower on Gen.G's side. So they just don't fight as much as APK does. APK generally forced to fight early because they're losing pretty early.
Yes.
And they also have a lot of allowy games. And she does a lot of damage.
Yeah,
So
she really does.
You can see why that's sort of working out here is this is B2D playing Azir, guys. He's pretty good at this champion.
I expect to see him again here today. And I think that Kaney's going to have the same problem that he's going to have against other elite mids as LCK does continue to draw on, and that his lane management is extremely weak. And I feel like it's just going to consistently get showcased anytime these power matchups end up occurring, as taking a look at Set. Not really sure how Yuumi manages to avoid all the damage when she's just latched onto a teammate. You know, not quite sure of the physics there, but it is something. Some highlights here for APK.
Well, let's see if we can find some.
Nixu on the Soraka. That's a highlight in itself.
Uh-huh. I mean, we knew that he was going to be a bit of a gentleman with this particular pick.
And these are against DRX, who will be playing later tonight in the iconic matchup.
I have just tweeted very late about that one, but yes, that last matchup has a lot of storylines.
That is like The Rock versus Stone Cold.
Yeah.
if you're a bit of a boomer, you'll remember those storylines. Kane versus The Undertaker.
Yeah, but isn't The Rock an actor? You know? Didn't he start his career in one of the Fast and the Furious movies?
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. I mean, don't you mean he's the GM of 100 Thieves?
And also the bad guy in The Mummy.
Yeah,
which was my favorite, the Scorpion King, my favorite acting moment of Dwayne Johnson, who, if he's listening to the LCK for some reason, is probably tilted. As we have a look at our key matchup, Clid versus Flawless. Clid's been playing pretty good. That's a lot of firsts. I think you're looking at a champ.
But are we going to the ship?
I think Flawless might be sent to the ship. Because apparently, ships are really hard to get off if you're in our neck of the woods, given the fact that the coronavirus is a very scary thing, and as soon as someone has it, everyone who's on the ship, everyone who was going to the ship, they're on the ship, man, and they ain't getting off. So Flawless might be locked in the ship. Clid is well and truly out and about, getting firsts in every single stat line, and that's why this roster is not going to change. It feels like Gen.G have held on to Life. It was Kellen at the beginning, but Life seems to have come back with a vengeance. And I'm looking forward to seeing whether that means that they're going to flex Gragas support, because we haven't actually seen Gragas support so far this season.
No, we really haven't.
Life was so damn good at it. It was him and Tucson that really were standout Gragas support players.
Especially comboing it with the Kaisa.
Yeah, which ruler is happy to play in the 2020 spring season.
Ixu, Flawless, Kaney in the mid lane. Trigger is going to be starting here today.
And it's Trigger and Secret. We've actually seen this more like the hybrid in Secret and then Trigger and Mia show. It's been the whole bottom lane that's been switched.
They're mixing them up now.
We are certainly trying to find the the sweet combo on APK's side. Whether it's going to work out against what is arguably the strongest team in the LCK at the moment as far as recent form is concerned. I mean, T1 and Gen.G are by far the standouts, but I think that a lot of what Gen.G has brought to the table in drafting and general cohesion of their pieces on the map, I think Gen.G look extremely dominant at this point in the LCK.
Well, we're going to have to see what is going to end up happening in game number 1. Let's see what the draft has in store for us.
Well, let's see whether we do get the adequate red side bans. So we're not looking at Set, we're looking at Ornn and Aphelios, and I think your ideal third ban would be the Soraka, which Gen.G have taken away at first.
Gen.G have banned it on blue side, which I'm not a super big fan of that, obviously. We saw how strong she was in yesterday's games.
Oh, yeah.
Able to
out-heal the damage that a Zoe did throughout an entire mid-game.
I have no idea what was going on in that game, but it is really perplexing when teams don't want to just have her because she's so strong.
Whoa! APK just threw away...
Why would they give Ornn?
First pick, okay. Well, I guess we just go next, right? Production, can we just wrap this up? We can wrap it.
Ooh!
Okay, never mind. We got a Zilean. We're staying in the game.
It might be
Stop.
Zilean top lane.
That could be some Ixu Dark technology.
Yeah. And Zilean actually has the ability to do the spell thief thing as well. And just avoid the laning phase.
Yeah.
So that is a possibility that we could end up seeing. Now, the Zilean, he has multi-flex potential. Support mid and top. Ezreal, Yuumi, they're just getting all the power.
This is like... APK probably knew that something like this was going to happen, but I just don't know whether it's possible to have the correct answer to what is such an extraordinarily strong first half of the draft on Gen.G's side. This is just... It's getting the nuts. They're getting the nuts, basically.
Yeah.
And, well, look, Zilean's cool and everything. Whether that's going to be able to pull them out of this drafting hole, I'm not entirely sure. As APK thinking about what to ban next, I think junglers, or I guess strong solo lanes could be an idea. The Lucian is an interesting one. I like when you see a Yuumi banning Lucian as well because he's so popular in a solo lane and also is able to be such a great Yuumi carrier. I don't mind that so much. Is the Olaf going to be the ban against Flawless?
I'm curious what APK is going to try to do to bring this draft back because things are really just looking like they need to pop off very early and hard in the first half of the game. Final ban. Everything is just so wide open.
I think Jarvan probably should have been the first ban, but thankfully they got to it in the end. It's amazing that Jarvan got through this far. You can't blame Gen.G for it though, just because their first combo of champions was so strong.
Yeah.
Not necessarily just for being strong individual picks, but because of a lot of the things you talk about with the many modes that you can have in League of Legends. Ornn does basically everything.
Yeah, he does.
That's why he should be banned every single game. And Ezreal spikes super hard in the mid game, but also is able to deal with an early game, especially with a Yuumi, with all of the extra poke that he has. So also another one of these very comfortable champions to pick at any stage in a draft, and they haven't given anything away. They will have to now. So we have a look at, are we doing Pantheon Carthus? That could be fun.
Pantheon Talia is also available.
Yeah. Watch Clid pick Elise. Oh, I was a little bit late. But I had a feeling that something like this would happen.
And we'll see if it's actually going to be the Elise or if it's the Talia. So,
to be perfectly honest, Pantheon Elise is an extraordinary ganking combo.
Yes, it's really strong. It just doesn't scale as well as a Pantheon Talia objectively.
Oh,
and then also the mid-game presence is weaker, given that Talia packs a much bigger punch, has more options, and also that pseudo-global pressure.
Yep. Well, it is going to be the Syndra locked in, so it was as we initially expected. The Zilean up towards the top side of the map for Ixu as his answer into the Ornn. Well, actually, we don't necessarily know that yet. There could be last-minute Zilean support, Nautilus mid. No, there couldn't. Syndra, where is she going to go? Look, you could do some crazy stuff. I imagine Ixu can probably play Nautilus top if you would like to. Probably not going to be a thing, though, as this is what we initially expected. Take that ranged caster into the Ornn. Also, with Flawless playing Rek'Sai, a champion that does accelerate really hard when it comes to farming camps, giving him all of the extra experience as he paths top lane might be a good way to give Flawless a big advantage in the early game that they might be able to snowball out of control. Because there isn't crazy scaling on this team apart from the Ornn. Outside of the Ornn, this is like a bottom lane away from a Cinecomp, right?
It really is. So, the Ezreal, Yuumi, Pantheon, and Elise, there's a lot of power in those four, and the Ornn is there. Obviously, he's so powerful, able to do different things, has multiple modes. The early game is very scary out of Gen.G, and even their later stages with the Ezreal and the Ornn is still very good as well. Zilean, Rek'Sai, Syndra, MF, and Nautilus. It's very bizarre to try to evaluate this one.
I know, it's a difficult one. You throw a Zilean and you've got like a strange clock in the works. But do you know what we get to do? We get to watch the game and see how it is going to go. As you're exactly right. The Frostmancy Zilean is on the Rift. Which skin is that, by the way? It is adorable. I'm normally like a groovy Zilean purist.
Yeah, there's the Spell Thief.
But yeah, he's got it. He's doing it.
So, he will be trying to avoid the Ornn.
God, I want a full zoom on that skin. It is so cool.
Zilean ganks are really interesting in the sense that he runs into lane, he slows you, you can't get away, and
he throws bombs at you.
He stuns you. Now, we're going to have to see if Ixu knows the animation cancel to do the double bomb. Not a lot of people do know about it. Generally, people that just randomly pick Zilean. Even if you're playing Zilean a lot, you don't necessarily do it all the time consciously. You can do it by accident.
Yep. Taking the magical boots instead of the stopwatch, which I find a little bit interesting.
Zilean able to just speed himself around whenever he needs it. And I really like that he has the Glacial, and he's probably going to be going the Glacial items with the Ingenious Hunter.
Yep.
And I much prefer this build than the last time we saw Zilean, I believe, was Bjergsen in NA. LCS.
Was that a while ago, or was that this year?
No, that's this year, and he actually built him pretty heavy AP, which I just think is so much worse. Because Zilean's obnoxiousness comes from all of his utility, all of his CC. He doesn't need to be dealing lots of damage because he restricts the opponent's ability to do it, and then just enables his team composition so well.
And as you can see, there's been a little bit of a lane swap here. Obviously, APK picked the Zilean as an answer into the Ornn. Gen.G, recognizing that, have moved the Ornn into the mid lane, into a matchup against a Syndra, which is also not exactly the greatest time. But it will be ranged versus melee regardless of how you slice it here for Gen.G. Let's see whether they can pile it out of this early game without taking too much harassment and having too many issues. I think we're going to be looking at Clit a lot to try and help these lanes get into a favorable position, because if they do, the snowball potential of both Ornn and Pantheon in an early game against a champion that isn't going to be able to do enough damage to them is going to be very, very high.
Yeah.
Ornn especially. I don't understand how Ornn is this champion that scales better than anything else in the game, but also can feel like if he gets a successful gank in his lane, can feel entirely immovable.
Yeah.
Like, it's not fair.
It's really cool. I love it.
I know you do.
I am so excited.
You're the unfun fan. That's what
and
you are.
The other really awesome thing about it is we're only in 10.3, which means we have another week of 10.4, and then the tweeted out change list for Ornn, that's not going to move him.
No?
No.
He's still psyched?
He is here to stay.
Have they made a Morellonomicon ornament yet? That's what I want to know. I haven't
like a toon table of content.
Yeah, could you imagine that? They upgrade it and they actually like it becomes like extremely stat efficient.
The Grievous Wounds actually becomes Kleds, like 60% or whatever.
The Morellanoma Bible or something like that is what they're going to call it. I don't know.
They just call it the Forbidden Book.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Glid's looking for Ixu. There's the flash forward. This is how this gang combo works.
Yeah. Really simple.
OMG, Ixu still had his flash. Of course he did, guys. There was
Now,
no way out.
if you're Clid, you should just probably stay in the brush until the teleport is channeled on the turret, and that's what he's doing. He's canceling it. And this used to be called the Bengi, where you'd gank a lane, immediately wait for them to teleport or come back, and then immediately gank again. You can see Ixu not falling for it. Just going to return to lane normally, but...
I'm used to it being referred to as, you know, Clear Love's luxury tent, as we would talk about in the LPL back in the day. As I don't know why we necessarily need a replay. This is hit a stationary target with a skill shot and profit immediately afterwards. And look at this lane state for BDD as well.
Yeah, it's so nice. He's freezing. Ixu can't walk up. It's a really cool thing how understood this seems to be in laning phase, but once the turrets fall, Atlas, it's like a different language.
What? No, the minions, they get too warm.
It's like trying to speak Aramaic.
No, but you can't. It's all about the seasons changing on the Rift.
Oh, okay.
You know, because
that
right
would be
now,
really cool, by the way.
Right now it's winter.
All right.
So things are a little bit chilly.
Now you made me want the winter snow map back.
Yeah, I know. I love that one. I like the autumn one a lot as well.
There's
like
an autumn one?
So the... What was it? The Halloween map
Oh, the
skin?
Harrowing.
Yeah, the Harrowing
Oh,
one.
I love that one.
Yeah, I really love it.
I would really like client-side map skins.
That would be really.
That would be really cool. And I think one of the arguments.
You used to be able to do client-side just regular champion skins as well. I don't even know whether you can still do that or not.
I don't believe that you can anymore, but I think one of the arguments against it is that it wouldn't sell because obviously only you would be able to see it. But with how many streamers there are, streaming League of Legends, making YouTube videos, making content, client-side skins would probably most definitely sell.
The hard thing would be trying to make the game completely understandable for everyone. And if you like buy one of these client-side map skins, right, and then you play the game for 2 years, you like see someone playing on the other map and you're like, wait, what is this map? This isn't League of Legends to me, you know? I think part of it is understandability.
Yeah.
The entire... I can understand the counterpoints, I guess. However, I would personally just like to play on the Harrowing.
I mean, what about when skins completely change how a champion looks?
Or is played. Here's the on-hon. Ixu. He's brittle. He has to flash this time around. Is now BDD also getting the same treatment. APK say, if you can do it, we can do it too. And they're going to even out the gold with that 1-for-1, I guess, over an extended period of about 2 minutes' time.
This is actually putting APK in the gold lead ever so slightly. Rascal and Clid now contesting this. I don't know what they're doing, though. Kaney.
BDD has teleport, so he can join them. If anything does happen, it's Flawless, possibly in trouble. Burrows to mitigate the amount of CC on that Cocoon is now cleared. Throws out a Volatile Spiraling, but it will be difficult to do too much more. It's now BDD very healthy, but in comes the bottom lane.
What?
Trigger came down from all the way down bottom lane.
But
and the 5v3 is in favor of
I just
APK.
have no idea what Gen.G are even thinking right there. There's 3 people behind that decision, and they're never winning that standoff in any universe whatsoever. It doesn't matter if BDD has teleport available or not. They don't have one ultimate. Zilean is way too obnoxious.
Yeah.
In close quarters. They have so many stuns and knockups on their champions. There's just nothing that is really going to happen. It doesn't even matter that Zilean doesn't have ult.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that he was level 5 is why they decided that it could be a good idea to go for the play. Yeah, BDD was playing pretty defensively here, unable to actually get out of the way of the gank. But this is where things went very, very strange. And against what Gen.G have been doing so far this season.
The other thing about this is Syndra can just pick up the Scuttle Crab and say, no, actually, it's gonna come with us. So just completely bewildering decision-making as Trigger and Secret even were up here as well. Perhaps to initiate a lane swap was the original intention.
Very odd indeed. Maybe just missing things not actually being thrown out. As you can see, it didn't actually change the gold very much because Ruler is so far ahead. He was able to grab one of the plates towards bottom side, and there is still more time where that lead will be extended as Ixu makes his way towards the bottom lane, lost chapter in hand. We'll have some chapter battles this game as there are 2 lost ones on the side of APK, and Life is ticking over towards his last one.
And Right now, obviously, we're waiting for the mid game to unfold. Ezreal and Yuumi to get unlocked. Flawless gonna take down the Rift Herald. Zilean almost probably at GLP 800. Has the Lost Chapter already. Not sure if he's bestowed any experience to any of his teammates yet, but that's another factor. And also, Zilean Orange is a very interesting
That's
thing.
a cool combo.
Yeah, that's a very nice one. But obviously, they're not in the same team this game.
Well, as you can see, BDD possibly going to get dove again, but Rascal has moved his way up here. Finds Flawless, who is burrowed. BDD will grab some turret aggro onto Secret. Down goes the Ornhorn. Secret's brittle, no flash, remember, but not going to overextend are the Gen.G solo laners. Now Rascal is the one to set up shop up towards the top side.
They're summoning the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Shelly will pop out, grab a few extra plates.
Kaney here as well. And we'll see
are
if
giving
BDD
up on
and
laning
Rascal...
phase.
Oh!
Ooh, Dredge line, not what you want. Good stun onto Rascal, but he's pretty tanky right now.
Yuumi here as well. And APK just really grouping up for not really any big reason. Ixu has sold his support item, by the way.
Yeah, he just decided he didn't want to use it in the end. Very confusing as Ixu goes down to basically 0 health and will have to go home.
Calculated, though.
Yeah,
He knew.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got chrono shift, so
He ran the
we'll
numbers.
be fine. If you've got a giant clock on your back, it must do something more than just tell the time. As it won't keep him alive and in this lane, to be perfectly honest. As 106 to 86 is going to be the bottom lane CS matchup. Ruler going to go home. We'll see what he decides to pick up next. It is going to be the Manamune first up. Try and get that one stacking as quickly as possible. What this does is it allows for Ezreal to have a more heavy mid-game spike because you get that stacking happening and then you get the transformation at about the same time as the Trinity Force. Trinity Force Rush gives you an earlier power spike if you need one. So I actually don't mind this. He's under no pressure and they may as well just play it out so that Ruler can get towards that big 2-item timing that he looks for.
And Kaney's actually comfortably in the lead ahead of everyone right now. Just remember Zilean able to give XP. Now I wonder how much Ixu is actually piling up in this solo lane Zilean. Wow. That'll be very interesting if we ever do end up seeing him. 2.5 minutes until Mountain Dragon. And honestly, this game is looking a little rough for Gen.G. The Elise isn't getting as far ahead as she would like, so she's going to start decaying. And typically Elise doesn't really get an Ornn item.
Until Zhonya's, right? Wait.
Monka W.
Yeah, I'm... Huh?
You heard that. You
What
saw that.
Oh, wait. What happened? I missed it entirely.
Call.
I'm very confused. Can you explain it to me, Mr. Analyst?
No.
Please?
Well, I'm actually not sure about how a cough works, but I do believe that it involves some sort of muscles.
A cough?
Yeah.
Oh. Is that what you were worried about? Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't quite... I didn't get that one.
All right.
You know,
No big deal.
I don't think he's got the coronavirus. We test everyone when they come in. You know?
Sure.
That's how that goes. 1,000 gold is the lead for APK. But as you can see, we've got a 10.1 CS per minute for Ruler. Not quite the 11 that Mystics Caitlyn had yesterday, which was very impressive indeed. You guys had a banger of a day yesterday.
We did.
You had some times.
We certainly did.
Yeah.
That was...
I enjoyed your quarantine joke.
Did you?
When the Taric was
The
put into
Taric was...
quarantine.
Yeah.
He was on the ship. And
He
he couldn't get off. Wasn't so good. It's still pretty high up on Reddit, so if you guys haven't seen it, if you want to be in on the joke, you can go check it out.
Oh, that was
LS and
actually...
Valdez had a
well,
really
see,
good
now
time.
you're... Listen, Alice. Now that you mentioned it, you're shilling it.
Yeah.
You're gonna get banned off Reddit.
I mean, I don't post that often anyway. You know, I'm more of a lurker.
Okay.
So I'm not
You don't look like a
super
lurker to me.
worried about it. Oh, thanks.
You look like a High Templar.
I sometimes go underground and shoot out little waves of spikes, though.
Okay.
You just haven't seen
Oh,
it.
we got a
Here's
fight.
the team fight. Yeah, exactly. Ornhorn comes out. Will get the knock up onto 3. Oh, true shot barrage over 3 as well. As Ruler comes in on the back line. 2 easy kills at the beginning of this one, and now Ruler chasing down Trigger. Ixu in trouble as he does throw down the chrono shift. Oh, it's like stop watching in front of 7 people. It's not what you want to be doing. He'll bomb himself, and B2D will just hit him with his buttons. And yes, I know, the animation cancel didn't come in. It was quite sad, although I think he was just dead.
I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's dying there anyway, but honestly,
yes,
APK, they do this so consistently where they can get some advantages, stabilize, and then they just donk it all off at once. Why is Flawless going for the red invade? I don't really know. Kaney obviously had a mid-wave that he wanted to shove in. Your Zillion was going to just reset. So the question here is the red buff...
4 people.
Yeah.
It hit the Zillion. Oh my god.
That was truly an impressive true shot barrage. Ixu goes in,
no.
stops the Pantheon,
It almost hit Ixu.
and then Grand Skyfall. I don't even know what that... He wasn't even clicking after he flashed.
Watch for the double bomb. Let's learn about mechanics.
Bombed himself, and then the opponent said, 1 for me, 1 for you.
Yeah.
So the way that I look at it is
You can do that much
sharing
faster, though,
is
can't
caring.
you? You can do that much faster, though, right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Thought that didn't look like how I've seen my favorite player, Bjergsen, do it.
Well,
Who do you think was the best Zillion? Back when Zillion was like truly busted. Because Faker played a hell of a lot of Zillion back then.
I don't think we've ever really had an iconic Zillion player,
Yeah, that's what I'm
to
trying
be completely honest.
remember.
Zillion is... So my own
Headbutt?
take on Zillion is he's one of those champions that is very difficult, and as soon as someone and their team know how to play him, he's ban-worthy.
Yeah.
So no one has really taken the time to make him work in competitive. Very akin to Vel'Koz, in a sense. But although Vel'Koz, I would argue, is much more difficult.
I think Fly was a bit of a Zillion savant back in the day. I don't know whether it was necessarily like his signature though, because I think he's more of a slightly a bit more niche
Yeah.
style of player. But it's an interesting idea. I might actually have to have a look at some stats in between games as Ruler with his little cat in a book with him, just chilling in the mid lane.
Sometimes, or well, not sometimes, but in this game, 2.3k gold to 25.5, and remember the ornaments are going to start coming in soon for Ornn.
Oh no.
Rascal,
Ruler
about
is
30%.
super mega epically strong.
Yes, he has 2 items already. Almost probably has his Miramana quest completed.
This is like one of the quickest like full boots and first 2 items for an Ezreal that we've seen so far this season.
Yeah,
This
it really is.
Very accelerated.
I'm actually not sure what the fastest Miramana completion ever was. I think Deft got it at 17.5 minutes once.
The actual transform.
Yeah, the actual transform. That'd be a nice little stat to know.
That'd
2
be a
minutes
fun
until
one as
Infernal.
well. And that's going to be the Infernal Rift as well. Actually didn't mention it as that one came up. We were too busy talking about other weird things. But that is very exciting for our first game. No clouds. It's a very clear day today as B2D is going to take down the outer turret top lane and extend this lead even further. 2.5 thousand gold will now be Gen.G's stranglehold on this game. And even map pressure if you're counting just the Drakes. That should be changing here as Shirley is going to poke her nose into the mid lane and see whether she can just crash into a turret. She's going to be able to. And she comes from the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Knock that one down, won't get a second charge, but that is okay. The entire outer ring is now removed, and Infernal Soul, even though, you know, a singular Infernal Drake, as we've spoken about many times, isn't super strong, Infernal Soul is amazing.
Yeah.
Regardless.
And it does look like Gen.G are going to be the ones that end up getting that. The Ezreal and Yuumi are going to be the center of attention as this game does draw on, along with
Center.
Center. It's my accent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It almost sounded like you said sinner as well, which
I mean, it wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah, there are a few of them in this game. That is absolutely true. Do we call Syndra a sinner? I know she has sin in her name, much like Lee Sin. Lee Sin definitely a sinner, but is Syndra a sinner or not?
No, she's not.
She does.
She's almost. She's
very
sort of at the
close
halfway
to only
point.
having like one mode, right, and then not necessarily being able to transition super well. But we have seen her used, you know,
She has so many
in a few
blue
different
aspects.
ways. Yeah. Wave
So-
clear, poke,
Yeah.
pick potential. Yeah, okay.
Wave clear, poke, pick potential, nuke.
Yeah, but then there's the classic Syndra gameplay moment. You're thinking, oh, it's a bit of a sinner maneuver.
Yeah.
Isn't
Sometimes that does end up happening.
it? Yeah. Well, Rascal's given himself a pretty cool mask, and he's building correctly.
He is.
LS is proud today. Forgefire Cape will be coming in next.
Also really like the Yumu's Ghost Blade on Pantheon instead of a Black
Blade
Cleaver Rush.
opportunities.
Yeah. Wraithblade going to be very good instead of the Black Cleaver upgrade. And maybe Klid is going to actually go into Zanya's Hourglass, and that can be his ornament. As Miramana is completed, Blade of the Ruin King coming in next.
And I wonder whether this will mean... Because do you like the upgraded Trinity Force or the upgraded Blade of the Ruin King on Ezreal?
Ooh. I think Trinity Force, just because of the base MS upgrade as well.
And also you utilize extra mana because you're Ezreal.
Yes.
And you have a mirror
Utilize
mana.
extra mana. Yeah.
That's true, okay. So I actually like that too. I was thinking about it and I'm like, do you really want the extra mana? And then of course you do, because you have mana scaling within your kit. Would have been even better when the double tier Ezreal was still a thing. Alas, no longer the case. As I think Klid's going straight into Zonya's as his second item to also have an ornament. This Gen.G team have been listening. My God, I know, you know.
Slow
Arnold,
down. There's an Oblivion Orb coming for Elise soon.
I know Arnold
I
does
feel
pay attention to Twitter, and you know we've had you know quite a few interactions, but maybe he's also been forwarding some of your moldings to the team. Should be very exciting. I know that he does watch Pog State as well. He was saying that he very much enjoys watching us mold about drafts, even if he doesn't necessarily agree. Obviously, at some points, he does agree. I like it a lot. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough. Just shamelessly plugging our podcast. This Klid's just dead, guys. Well, he does go up into the sky.
Whoa!
Gets the flash. Is flawless.
Gets the flash on a
goes
flawless.
into the
Yeah.
pit. Yeah, exactly. Ruler is going to be here, but it's only half the health bar of the Rek'Sai.
I would say
3,000
that's
gold is now going to be the lead.
actually a win, though. I think Rek'Sai is much more reliant on having the flash than an Elise.
Oh, yeah.
And so even though they get gold and they kill the Elise for the time being, Elise being off the map doesn't change anything for her. Nothing's being lost, nothing's really being gained, and now at the Infernal Soul fight, Rek'Sai is down a key summoner, whereas the summoner isn't as valuable to the Elise because she's gonna be in human form looking for a cocoon.
And has the repel anyway for the extra maneuverability there
Yes.
as well as BDD moves on up. He's going to clear out a control ward while Kaney is up here just holding on to this minion wave. Ruler comes in, but there's a pesky minion wave there. Okay, there's the last chapter, and boom goes the dynamite. No time to flash. Keeney had time to press cleanse, and otherwise no opportunity to do anything. As the prowling projectile prowls, but doesn't find anything, as True Shot Barrage is going to come
what
in.
a weird-
Fantastic arcane shift to get out of the way of the dredge line, and now Secret
Oh,
is in trouble.
man,
the
the
Horn has
wombo.
been called. It's Gondor time, boys and girls, as the Chrono Shift will keep alive the Nautilus. Blitz going to turn up though, and we've got low health bars on APK, but it looks like Gen.G doesn't really want to push the envelope too far. Running out of minions. Will back on out of this one. 1 minute and 50 seconds until Infernal Drake number 2. And Soul Point is in the hands of Gen.G, much like we were talking about earlier on. Backdoor bonus still there for that turret. But as you can see, Ruler doesn't really care too much about anything. They'll take the luxury in a turret on the top side of the map to augment their pockets with a little bit more gold.
Trinity Fusion also completed now for Ruler. Rascal is level 14, so let's see what he bestows next. Most likely gonna be the Yumu's Wraithblade. I really hope that Life is building a Rabadon's Death Cap on Yumi
I imagine so.
for the Death Crown.
Are you going to build Spellbinder on Yuumi, I guess, is the question.
Absolutely.
Because if you're going to do that...
And then you just detach from your host and say, I can live on my own now.
I have my own zoomies now. Imagine if you could transition the movement speed to your host by pressing it.
So great, by the way. We just see a pretty standard kill.
That was pretty cathartic, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, watching a Syndra die in, like, 2 spells. It's like, wow,
rude.
that's what she does to us every single time.
Have you noticed how this Yuumi skin looks like Mew?
Neo?
Mew.
Oh, yeah.
This is
I think
Mew.
Yuumi does look a bit Mewish anyway, you know?
Yeah, she kind of is, yeah. I hope there's like a chroma that isn't obviously explicitly Mew, but...
Did you play Pokemon Snap?
Yes!
Did you get the perfect Mew photo?
Yes!
Okay, good. It took me a long time to get it, actually. Because you had to do all of the mechanics.
Pokemon Snap was great.
It was a great game.
Yeah, it really was.
Do you know how long the speedrun goes for?
No.
It's like 20 minutes to beat the whole
Really?
game. Yeah, insane. Any
Okay.
percent. But, like, still, I think you have to, like, take that cart ride. You know? You have to, like, you're on a thing. You're on the ship.
You're on the
gonna knock
ship.
up onto Rascal. He's not going to die, guys.
Oh,
As,
man.
yeah, I don't know why Flawless is doing that. That is, yeah, that was a mistake. There's decent knock up there onto Ixu. He's going to try and run. There was no chrono shift available, remember. Double kill will come through for Clit as True Shot Barrage is searching, but only will find one. And BDD is up the top side. He's saying that everyone else is being too silly. Allow me to win the video game, please.
And I like how he backs off. He knows that APK can be collapsing. Infernal Soul picked up.
Well, I think that Gen.G can just move over to the Baron pit,
Yeah,
right?
they can move over, get the Baron. Ruler going to pick up the red buff as well.
God, he's so strong. The Trinity Fusion plus Blade of the Ruin King Muramana. Yeah. I mean, I would have play-by-played that if there was anything to play-by-play. That was Keeney dies in the mid lane because Ruler looked at it.
Also, I have no idea what Ixu's build is, by the way.
It's Rod of Ages and a Super Soaker.
He
with
used his
speed
magical
boots.
footwear to build a mobility boot.
Oh,
thing.
Flawless might just be dead as Ruler finds him with a couple
Whoa!
of autos. Good God! What is this? Burst damage Ezra. Remember, he's supposed to be sustained DPS. This is ridiculous.
Oh?
As in goes the Ram. Secret. It doesn't even matter whether the Ram comes back because that is a very dead Nautilus regardless.
Yeah, this game is a complete annihilation. And, you know, we talked about having Armageddon. Now, Elise picked up a Banshee's Veil, which is a bit surprising instead of a Zanya's, so that you
No,
can have
actually,
an ornament
no, I love
upgrade.
it. I love it.
Doesn't get
Because
stunned, I guess. But
no, it's because the Elise is sitting on the stopwatch already, hasn't broken it yet, and therefore you don't need to build the Zonyas because you've already got a Zonyas active in your back pocket.
Yeah,
You may
she
as
still
well go
has it,
towards
yeah.
it afterwards. I actually think it's a really smart itemization as far as maximizing the usefulness of that 600 gold. Having a look at this replay, it was dead APK players and Flawless overextending ridiculously. Once again, Syndra getting hit by her own medicine right in the face. And an exchange. Control wards by our junglers.
even though there's 4 minutes until the Elder Dragon, just don't think that there's a universe where
I think Ruler can win this game
this is
with
going to
just
end up
life.
happening.
I think if Rascal, Clit, and BDD just disconnected now, they'd probably still win. That's what I feel. I think he's just so huge. As now the poke damage is coming forward. Trigger takes most of his health bar with 1 Q. And that is going to be a sign of things to come as these Nexus turrets are now going to be under fire. They'll take this luxury inhibitor towards the top side because why the heck not? An APK, despite their health bars being renewed, I don't think they can actually win a fight as Arcane Shift gets Ruler out of the way. Dredgeline onto an Ornn is absolutely not what you want, and Secret's going to pay for it with his life as the Ram does come down, misses onto Trigger and Flawless. But I don't think it's going to be too much of a big deal. Rascal will give you a pass for that one because this game is most definitely still over. First Nexus turret to go down. Second will go down afterwards as Kaney dies after the flash, after the cleanse, after everything is used. It is not enough as now we're looking at the fountain to try and get as much out of this team as possible. The double kill. I thought that Nexus was going to go down after the misfortune because of how much damage Ruler does so quickly, but damn. it turned into a shellacking from what was actually a relatively close game at the beginning.
And it really all just fell apart at that red buff invade that Flawless really just donked off on. I have no idea what he was doing there.
I think this
Obviously,
game,
all of Gen.G there to punish, and then Ixu canceling the Pantheon, flashing.
I want to make a bet with you.
What?
How much more damage did Ruler do than APK Prince?
Oh. Then APK Prince?
The entire team. How much more damage did he do than the entire team? I'm going to say 2,000 damage more than everyone.
What are we betting?
I don't know. Something? What do you want to bet? Tickets to the ship? I'll buy you a ticket to the ship. If you win.
All right.
And you have to buy me a ticket to the ship.
Okay.
If I win. And I'm guessing 2,000 damage more than the entirety of APK Prince.
I'm betting the amount that it is.
That's
Thanks for
not
playing,
an option.
Atlas. Thanks for playing.
I did not stipulate the rules, and I am therefore the fool in this particular scenario. I will purchase you some tickets to the ship, however, I am very interested to see just how much work Ruler did that game, because it looked like nobody else was really able to participate in the game of League of Legends, and it was just him having a really good time on his Ezreal.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that this game happened, because Ezreal Yuumi just hasn't looked
It hasn't
like the
shown up a
oppressive
lot.
combo that it can be, right?
Yeah, it hasn't shown up a lot, and I really like how they just took it right when they wanted it. You know, there was no real hiding it. I mean, you look at the draft and
dude,
Zillion and MF.
I think I'm pretty close. I'm like 1,000. It's like 1,000 gold. 1,000 damage more than the entire APK team, right? Like 10, 20. Oh no, he's 2,000 behind. Never mind.
I got it right. Once again.
So you bet 26,000 damage. Sorry, 24,000 damage. That's what you.
I bet the exact amount.
Yeah.
To the T.
I'm just so amazed that he knew what the amount was
Literal
before
savant.
the bet even happened. I was very impressed, but I'm going to come to terms with it over a very short break. We'll see you back for game number 2.
얘네 먼저 간다. 이거 막아줘. 우리 막아줘. 찍어줄게.
라인 대고 오케이 있죠.
그 미포 너플, 미포 노트, 미포 볼게.
미포 너플이야.
맞췄고.
천천히 스킨 날리면서 라인 박으면 돼. 바텀 라인도 있다. 진짜 이 빠졌어.
나 풀탑도 고생할게, 세빈아. 나 고치 원이야. 나도 앞에 나오네, 바로 막자 그냥.
해버려.
힘들어?
딘드라. 녹스벨. 쌍둥이 타워.
죽이 좀 봐.
끝낼 생각하자.
야, 미포.
리퍼.
미포.
빨리 막.
레트.
네.
나이스.
로치 때 들어오세요. 로치.
형 드롭방 만들어놨어요. 형 카밀 저 아트.
카메라 뜨고도 나 초보긴 한데
딴 거 해도 돼요 그럼.
그냥 해볼게. 강하게 갈게. 강하게.
오케이.
카메 Q평이 빨라. 아트 죽창이 빨라.
Q평 하면은 죽창들 씹힐걸요 웬만하면.
빠르다고? 아닌데?
내려볼게요 그냥. 최대 사거리야.
어디서 약을 팔아? 아 나 부패 하나 버렸네. 때려줘. 때려줘.
오 쉣.
멀리. 잡을게요. 오.
자신감 살려주네 다행히 형.
살려줬어 한번. 다시 할까? 바꿔서?
그래 볼까요?
선수분들 이제 세트 시간 45분까지라서 이제 나가주셔야 합니다.
저희 3분만 주시면 안 될까요? 야 나 알탭인데?
아 이 사람 뭐야?
알탭인데 때리네. 와 강이야.
예.
긴장했어 혹시?
아 상대가 상대다 보니까.
오늘 2분 전이어서 제가 나가주셔야
오케이.
오케이. 주지.
이 세상에 하나밖에 둘도 없는 줄리 긴자 멘탈 잡아.
나 이렇게 멘탈이 나간 거 아닌데.
뭔가 좀 멍해 보이는데?
야 모르겠다. 이번에 몇 데스를 꼽을지 몰라.
야
괜찮아.
너도 할 수 있어.
나 할 수 있어. 천천히 해봐 이거. 나 쭉 갈게. 쭉 갈게.
난 못 가.
내가 믹퍼는 가겠다. 나 간다 얘들아. 살려줘. 미드 밀어.
아 레드 성준이 형이 먹어라.
나 벌레다.
먹어 형 아니야 지운데.
형 뒤에서 공만 써도 괜찮았지 이거 미포?
나이스 좋아
빠질게.
빼면 다 뺄거부터.
오케이.
하나 나와주고
세트.
아니야 가볼게
가볼만해?
뭐야 누가 깼어 이거.
야 여기 미포.
칼리 노플.
나이스.
맞아.
빼나게.
펜타키
나이스.
이거지.
야 누가 저 깼어?
내가
안
깨버렸어. 내가 보낼 뻔했어.
누가 깼어 이거? 형 욕하면 안 돼. 아 그래? 미안해.
지지.
예.
와 뱀픽 너무 재밌겠다.
아 근데 이거 트린 좀 느낌 있다.
야 왔다.
그냥 트레 할까요? 알겠습니다.
하자.
가자. 저희 팀 진짜 제일 미친 팀인 거 확실해요.
초반에 파밍 좀 하다가 나중에 뭉치는 타이밍이 좀 세질 듯?
아 좋은 거 같아.
빼. 나 죽은 거 같다.
가비.
뭉치는 타이밍이 좀 세질 듯? 오른 노플?
아 죽었다.
가비.
괜찮아. 가비.
이거 트리 있는 힘좀 키워줘요.
나 계속 열심히 커볼게. 계속 커볼게.
버티면서 해볼게. 빼.
파이크 노플?
안돼. 살려줘.
살아라! 올라프 노플?
살아줘 제발.
살아줘.
아이고.
망했다.
내 칼 바뀌지가 않아요. 근데 여기 다 두부들밖에
어쩔 수 없어.
두부들밖에 없어요.
야, 잡았다!
나이스.
미안. 가비.
아유.
바텀 차이!
네, 2020 LCK
2020 LCK Spring Split Gen.G versus APK. Match
match
number 38. It was game number 1. We'll be joined by Bittori and Wadid for today's analyst task.
양팀 젠지 같은 경우에는 초반에 한번 우위를 점을
Gen.G is so good at snowballing with a lead in early game. But APK, they're always aggressive regardless of their state of the game. So what's your take on their draft? So we will talking about more details of Zillion later on, so I want to focus on Ezreal coming out of a strong teams. Well, you can see that strong teams always lock in Ezreal, and it's a huge insurance for late game. So compared to Ezreal for from weaker teams, when you pick Ezreal with stronger teammates, it has so much power.
어떤 아주 특정한 분석 포인트가 있다기보다는 자연스럽게 좀 젠지가 힘으로
So
쭉
Gen.G
올라오다
just
보니까
smoothly
뭐 대부분의
snowballed
교전 자체가
throughout their
이즈리얼 쇼
lead.
룰러쇼에
So
가까웠는데
it was more like a
그
solo
중에서도
carry
어쨌든
show
분위기가
coming
넘어가게
out of
됐고 한타를
Ezreal
전환을
from
주겠습니다.
Ruler.
먼저 보고 이야기를
So this is one of those moments that we just mentioned. APK did not just go in for some weird invade on red buff, but at the same time they were a little bit too confident at this moment because they were so disjointed. Because when Rek'Sai went in for engage, Syndra was actually just pushing the mid lane wave. And Ezreal, True Shot Barrage found 3 people before this team fight, so he was able to just solo down MF later on. So Ruler was able to come online really early than we expected, coming out from so many kills that happened in this game. Well, APK, being aggressive can be their strength, but well, being way too aggressive for no reason is not a good thing, so they need to find their break. And regarding the current patch and meta, we want to talk about the Frostmancy or the Spell Thief and no farm meta. So if you farm more than 20 CS post 5 minutes or per 5 minutes, you get less gold. See this screen over here. So when Ixu was pushing wave, he only got 6 gold for that range minion. So because of the patch around the Spell Thief item, he got a huge debuff in terms of CS farming. So Ixu decided to just sell the support item. But you actually pay 400 gold for that item, but when you sell it, it's only 160, so that's a huge gold deficit. So as a laner, there's a point where you have to start farming, so you cannot just wait for the debuffs to fall off because it stays forever with that item, so that's why Ixu made that decision. So it was not a bad try, but it was up against Ornn, so that was not a very smart choice. Well, there are some champions that have a good result during the scrims, and there are some champions that actually pop off in competitive games. But Ornn is definitely an OP champion in competitive games, so why did APK open this card at the beginning of this game? So we will also might see no farm Victor coming in for competitive games as well, so we just wanted to kind of break down these details of this strategy. And player of the game for game number 1 will be Ruler on Ezreal for game number 1. As we mentioned, some of the skilled Ezreal players are just so popping off in this meta because now Ezreal is back in meta, now taking some of different runes. And at the same time, if they manage to pick up multiple kills in like mid game, they can kind of accelerate really early. Ruler was doing so many work in the front line as soon as he was so scaled up enough. This time Ruler actually went with Conqueror for a rune, so we have 2 different rune choices for the current meta, so it depends on the situation, and Ruler made a huge value of this rune today, so let's move on to game number 2.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the analyst desk translation. And here we are for game 2 between Gen.G and APK Prince as we're speedrunning our way through the first match of our final day of week 4. Let's see whether Ruler can do it again, or whether, finally, something's going to happen in the ban phase that might hinder his ability to pop completely off.
Well, the secret is going to be Mia for game number 2, as
taking out
Maya
the old guard
is coming in.
Yep. Yeah, I did.
You did.
I saw you did that.
Saw that.
I liked Mia's work in the famous Moulin Rouge song.
Okay.
Inside.
Yeah, sure.
A lot of
Great.
other famous artists. I think, no, I think maybe it was a different named artist. It's a long time ago since I've heard that particular song. Never mind, let's get into ban and pick for game number 2. And APK will move to our blue side, so now it's on Gen.G to ban away things like the Ornn.
Maybe they just don't even ban Ornn.
Maybe
well,
they
actually,
don't
no.
ban anything.
You know what? I suppose you do still have to ban Ornn Soraka, and maybe you just do Ornn Soraka Alawi. And Ixu, he built a Rod of Ages 20+ minutes into the game with mobility boots as well on Zilean. So
yeah, and Rod of Ages doesn't accelerate based on being Zilean either, which is maybe what he got confused about.
Ixu is the most Johnny top laner in LCK. And if you don't know what Johnny is, Johnny's the person that always
Has
wants to just be
fantastic hair.
different when it comes to strategy things.
Uh-huh.
So,
Well,
we'll
Miss
see.
Fortune going to be taken away here. It was interesting talking about the Frostmancy attempt, as this is the very standard bans that we should be seeing almost every red side. Set is going to be locked in first, and now Rascal can play his desired counterpick into it. Oh. Actually, the center volley bear was so much better.
Yeah,
Why
it
don't they
was.
just play that? And Yumi's still available, and it blocks the Yumi. Oh,
who knows?
never
I mean,
mind.
that Morgana might be going top lane.
Oh, that's
we
got
have-
to be top. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
it's
Pyke might be
Morgana
top.
Pyke. It's Morgana Pyke.
Okay.
Bottom lane. It might be that one of these champions is played by Ixu, though, because we have seen, I believe it was Hybrid.
The
thrown
last
to top lane.
time they played Morgana Pyke, they actually won with it, I believe. I think Mia even got the MVP.
Yep,
So,
on his Pyke, he was the
yeah.
first Pyke MVP of the season, actually.
the first
yeah.
Pyke MVP. Very proficient at the champion. And we'll see what this can end up meaning here in this game. Gen.G locking in the Jarvan.
This is already terrifying for Gen.G, though, because Sanatom Kench has been extraordinarily stable. Jarvan hasn't lost yet on in the hands of Clid. He is still a menace on that particular pickup, and they haven't given away anything in this draft yet. I mean, yes, you're looking at things like the Rumble as being very strong, paired alongside it, which should likely be banned here by APK, Rascal, and B2D, both of them, very much like the little Yordle in a mech, but let's see where their mind is going to go. Pantheon might also be a ban, just because he has been so strong, and Gen.G very much like to play it. But let's see, it's just jungles being banned on the side of Gen.G.
And it's also a bit bizarre that they ban away the Olaf when they have the Jarvan, they have the Tahm Kench, two champions that are just fantastic at resisting him.
Yep.
And so now Lucian being hovered, and this would mean they need a massive magic damage champion to end up coming out. The way that APK's comp currently is right now, Cassiopeia not looking that bad if it would come in on R5.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. We got a flexible Akali. So Akali being picked in the LCS earlier on today or yesterday, depending on what the time is over where you guys are. I feel like she has retained some level of priority here, and we've seen her work out in the right hands. Let's see whether Gen.G can pilot it effectively. Still a flex pick, which is, I guess, what they were looking for. As, okay, Flawless going to be going real ham this game. As we've got a pick comp sort of finding itself here in this game, but the set doesn't necessarily fit into what they're trying to do. Oh god, pick and poke, boys and girls.
Yeah, this is a extremely red-blue kind of comp. I don't, we have not seen something like this in LCK
To be
at
honest,
all. I don't even know.
I'd really like this comp.
Yeah,
if
I
that-
don't mind it at all.
If that set was a Fiora or a Camille or something that can side lane a little bit better than a set can. I feel like set is decent, right, sitting in a side lane, but he's not like one of these split pushes that really does demand a whole lot of attention. As B2D is going to take his Azir a lot of comfort here in this game. As Clid on his extremely famous Jarvan. You've got even Life playing Tahm Kench, was very good at that when it was more of a meta pick, and Rascal was almost the top lane Akali alongside players like King when she was so dominant. But APK's composition is interesting.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see how it's actually all going to come together once we get onto the Rift.
So Rascal's going to be up there on the Akali versus the Set. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but Akali, I think, just used to be Set's worst matchup before she was nerfed. So,
yeah,
she's still going to be good against him, even though she's had her kneecaps sort of sledgehammer taken to them.
Yeah.
But
she's doing okay without her kneecaps, though.
It's also Rascal up against Ixu, and Ixu on a standard top laner. So even though Set is perceived as being really strong right now, I'm going to give the edge to Rascal in the matchup despite Akali's current standing. Now, the Nidalee, Jace, Morgana, and Pyke, that is a pick and poke kind of a team composition that gets very interesting where the Set does not align with it whatsoever, sort of like how you already pointed out. On the flip side, for Gen.G, much more just stable, standard, all-around type of team composition where if they get ahead, they can just run straight at APK.
Yeah. And they've got 2 tanks, much like a very standard front-to-back composition would run. They also have a champion that can dive into the backline very effectively in the Akali and cause a ruckus. And then Senna is going to be not only helping the entire team, but able to put out that consistent DPS in a fight as well. I've got a bit of a. What do you feel about this name for the style of composition that APK has at the moment? Can I try a name out for you? I know you're more of the coining the new names for stuff, but I was thinking a greenhouse comp, because a greenhouse is really beautiful for, you know, making sure that all of your plants grow in a really effective way.
There's no plants in this game.
But but the greenhouse is made of glass. And if anything dives on into the greenhouse, everything's just going to collapse. It's very fragile. And APK need to play this composition really, really well for it to work, because you need to keep your opponents at a safe distance and you need to poke them out throughout any sort of extended engagement before you can possibly throw the Set in for an engage.
So you want to go with greenhouse?
Because I am thinking like if you're in people in glass houses don't throw stones type thing, you know, like that sort of saying.
But okay,
maybe glass house. Maybe I should just call it glass house instead.
Glass house is a lot easier.
Okay,
it rolls a bit
Can I
better.
ask the collective? What is the collective?
The collective already has the answer of which you seek.
Yeah, they don't like greenhouse very much.
Yeah.
But can we get some glass house pogs? Any glass house pogs in there? No? I got some fakers. That's basic.
Yeah, good job, Alice. You know what? Leave the naming.
I was trying. I was trying so hard.
Yeah. All right. Well, Flawless. Not actually going for a full clear here on Nidalee. Going for a bit more of an aggressive opening. Jace also has the Scorch. And so does Azir. Meanwhile, up in top lane, Rascal with fleet footwork, all the sustain, Ravenous Hunter, Taste of Blood on him as well. Demolish on Set, not a super big fan of it.
And also going back to the set that doesn't have Conqueror, Aftershock set, we saw rise in popularity after, I believe, Roach did it first off and played like the full-on tanky engage style set that isn't able to split push. And I actually think that that's the entire opposite of what APK want to use the set for, honestly. Because actually what he needs to be is a facilitator for a possible 4-1 siege style of composition, which the rest of the champions really lend themselves to.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm just reading it wrong.
No, I think this Aftershock set is a bit peculiar. Akali's a pseudo-range champion in the sense that she conducts herself normally throughout laning phase just by using her Q-poke. But obviously, yes, she is melee. You know what Akali reminds me of? Sheik.
Yeah.
She has very Sheik vibes.
Yeah, especially now. In more of like the brawl meta as Flawless going to flash. And they're going to trade Rift Scuttle for flashes. Now Flawless actually looking for Glid right here. Flashes the wall, and Keeney's going to make his way in. BDD, not too many options to get them out of this one. Great double knock-up, but I don't know whether it's going to buy enough space. And now BDD's going to have to take the long way around. First blood going over to Keeney. Fantastic for this style of composition.
Yeah. Jace getting the first blood is super great. I'm actually blanking on if Kaney was going Presence of Mind second. I didn't actually look at it on the Jace. It's something we talked about on the broadcast earlier in the week, where the Monomune Jace with Monoflow Band and Presence of Mind is just so strong for poking.
Yeah. Well, Flawless actually going to back away from this one, as Life and Ruler able to get the inside track and will be able to feed that Rift Scuttle experience and gold over to Clid to get him back into this game. Really heads up play from Gen.G to make sure that their jungler isn't going to be too anemic after this initial gang.
야, 이거 와봐.
Look at this, look at this, look at this.
야, 와봐. 끝까지 와봐.
I really like how close Flawless is actually keeping his mouse.
노플이야.
This champion keeps saying, no flash, we got him.
Yeah, and also
I like that they
kill
gave it to
Jace.
Kaney. Yeah. Gives the double buffs over to Kaney. And Kaney's getting the serrated Dirk. It doesn't mean that he can't eventually go into tier, but probably not likely. And when you go lethality Jace, that's the Jace that you use for the
mid-game
burst.
Yeah.
The burst, trying to kill them immediately, not for the sustained poke that eventually forces them onto you. Lethality is for straight up brawling as well as split pushing.
Yeah, I guess you do need the extra mana that a Manamune would have if you are going to go for those extended sieges. Still, the Shock Blast in the mid-game is going to hurt a heck of a lot, so still will work in those moments. Flawless moving himself up. Rascal will have the what is it? Twilight Shroud? How did I not have Twilight Shroud in my brain?
Probably you're thinking about the movie Twilight, and
Yeah,
you
I think so.
try to erase that, and then your brain tries to compartmentalize everything that can possibly block out the word Twilight.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, I think that must have been what it was.
Yeah. Edward Pattinson's the new Batman. Did you see that?
It's Robert Pattinson. His name isn't Edward, dude.
Edward Cullen.
Yeah, Edward Cullen I'm going to give too much away of the amount of knowledge that I have about Twilight.
Why do you know that? Why do you know that, Atlas?
Yeah, I walked into that one, didn't I? Oh, it's a disaster. Flawless is back towards the top side, looking for another attempt onto Rascal, but he still has his flash, and the wave is underneath that turret, so he should be absolutely fine, and should even out the CS margin as well. Kaney still in the mid lane, doesn't have his double buffs anymore, so BDD should be a little bit more comfortable as Mia is going to move on around, and will spot this control ward as he makes his way in here. Teleport back from Ixu. He's got himself his Phage. He will be picking up the Black Cleaver this game. You don't generally see Trinity Force paired with the likes of the Aftershock.
And Flawless just going to steal the red buff away. He is up a level on Clid right now. And remember, Gen.G's team composition, it needs more time until it starts coming online. This is pretty standard for the Nidalee to be outpacing the Jarvan.
Yep.
She did start with the First Blood assist. Now, the Fairy Charm is very perplexing to me.
I think that having the extra money.
Having the extra money is
and then
peculiar
you just
because
spend it on that? I don't know.
if you're really concerned about mana, it's not a rush that you get the Runic Echo. Or if it is still a rush, then you can just get the Sapphire Crystal. Or just get the Dark Seal if you want both mana and AP.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
a bit
one
peculiar.
of those. It's one of those things that we see a lot of laners pick up just if they have the excess money. Now Ruler is not going to be stunned up. It does have to use the flash to get out of the way of Mia's pike. Piercing Darkness not necessarily working as the Grievous Wounds were on from the Ignite. But Flash Ignite down from Mia. Double Summon is still up for Trigger in trade for just Ruler's Flash. So theoretically still a downgrade for APK. And Life is like really out farming Trigger here as well.
He's doing a really good job. As Rascal also doing a pretty good job on the Akali.
Yeah, avoiding a lot of what Ixu's trying to throw at him here as Kaney, will be spotted on this ward. Shock Blast avoided. Rascal comes over and just 5 point strikes this one down. Flawless has started off Shelly, and she should be claimed here as a lot of damage is now available for APK as Ixu comes down to join. So some plates on offer for APK to try and extend this lead.
Other thing going on here is Gen.G are really just stabilized pretty much everywhere, which is not what you would expect given the amount of pick that APK has and the things that they can do with lane manipulation. But you have Ixu perma pushing into Akali, achieving quite literally nothing whatsoever. And then Mia and Trigger just playing Bouncing Fest with the waves. Kaney not even trying to really freeze on his side of the lane. And not that it's really super effective against Azir, especially when he has his level 6 available. But this is just something that we've talked about on the LCK broadcast for weeks on end, where laners don't manipulate their lane states relative to their jungler's pathing. And when you're playing a comp like this that wants to get ahead, it wants to be oppressive, wants to outspeed the opponent, you gotta wonder what is really going on here.
Yeah, because right now APK are not able to leverage their jungle advantage as much as they would like to. And unfortunately, that means that it's going to be more difficult to transition this comp into a mid and late game that they are going to be able to thrive in, because this is a composition that is one of those finesse style of comps, right? That does need to play out in a specific way in order to work. When it does, it feels really strong. When it doesn't, it feels pretty worthless as PDD does throw Flawless away, flashes out of the pit as well as Piercing Darkness flies in, but the Nidalee doesn't last long enough to warrant an assist, as Gen.G still winning the fight despite the ultimate flying off at a 90-degree angle from the action.
And that is a pretty big swing in tempo. That is a little unfortunate. Ixu is just so far behind this Akali up in top lane. Also not itemizing the way that you should want to against the Akali and the Azir. No Hex Drinker, no tier 2 boot rush, and instead just opting for a Phage. I mean, the real cherry on top is if he builds a Black Cleaver.
Oh, he's building a Black Cleaver.
Oh, you know that he's building it. He's building it for the, yeah. Well, it's a really simple kill right there. Ruler not able to get any assistance there via the Senna. Not going to be the end of the
from
roll.
behind the turret. Now Rascal and Ixu are fighting. Haymaker not going to find the sweet spot, but still doing enough damage there. Now, Shelly comes in and will claim some plates for the APK squad. Yeah, a bunch of extra gold there now available, but that turret does stay alive and will be pretty strong for the next couple of minutes, given those plates being still available. So now Rascal looking to go home, but will be giving up actually a fair bit, given the demolish that Ixu had packed in his set build.
Well,
and Flawless actually, counter jungling quite well so far. Hasn't equated to too much of a lead, especially after a bit of a blunder there in the earlier stages, as Mia is setting up shop here in the enemy jungle as well. But Ixu's getting punished. Rascal going to be missed by everything. Facebreaker only going to move him slightly closer to the wall, as now Mia is very squishy. And APK do need to vacate the area. Life is a big boy.
Life is definitely a bit of a big boy, yeah.
Yeah, life comes at you fast sometimes, especially with a dead man's play, I'll tell you that much. And, we'll see whether he's going to be able to play the front line that Gen.G needs. They do have, like, Gen.G do have the tools to deal with what APK has on offer. That Shock Blast certainly being an example of it, but you need dive ability. And Jarvan and Akali are both fantastic at that. Azir himself also pretty good at getting in there with the Shurima Shuffle.
So, I want to point out that the only potential upside for this completely wonky off-theme set is that with the Black Cleaver, if he does apply a bit of armor shred to certain targets, it does bolster the lethality from the Jace and the Pike.
Yeah. Well, there's the Flash Bone Skewer, and Ruler is just dead. Kaney couldn't even find the Shock Blast damage, as now second Drake should be hand delivered over to APK. If this is a Mountain Soul, Gen.G are going to be so incredibly happy, and it is. APK needs to hold on to the advantage that they have, because Mountain Soul ruins their deck.
Yeah, it really does. Hurts all of the lethality items so much. Hurts the Nidalee, because she's probably going to start going utility here by getting Athenes and maybe even Ardent Sensor. Not really sure how utility she'll end up going.
우리가 갈등한번 해보자.
I don't mind the
Whoa,
Ardent
what is
Sensor.
this skin on the map? You saw that?
That was because he was underground.
아 나이스 나이스.
Okay.
I
That
feel
was
like Mia probably
like
could have,
Doomsday.
Mia could have death from below there, I think, to at least get an extra 300 gold for the team. But, you know, kill's kill. Can't be too nitpicky. As Life just having a great time farming around here towards the bottom side. More of these orbs being taken by the center as well. And our rule is going to be towards that Umbral Glaive relatively quickly as, wow, that grazed the backside of Rascal, but he didn't take any damage for it.
Yep. Ping pong just gonna continue to happen. We are in a bit of a lull state here.
Yeah.
As Athene's Unholy Grail will be the item of choice, I believe, for the Nidalee. Jace.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, now that we are in the lull state,
Yeah.
we're not. Actually, as Rascal, he's going to get Superplex.
You jinxed it.
Yeah,
You jinxed it, didn't you?
I am really sorry.
Yeah.
I probably should have noticed that there were a couple of members of APK, and then only one of Gen.G is now cleared. Just being very patient here. Finally shows himself as the knockup not going to land there onto Mia. Dawning Shadow flies in. Kaney flashes out of the Cataclysm, but cleared. He's going to be there. Oh, the spike back double kill there from BDD, who's now healing and running towards the enemy turret. This is dangerous, but BDD still has so much damage available in the tank. And Ruler comes on over, does have the extra heal up there as well, and they could just transition into a mid lane siege.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do right now. Set up there in top lane, getting some value. Sir Thomas down there in bot, just farming up comfortably.
Oh, yeah. And is he Sir Thomas when he's able to get all of this farm?
Absolutely.
Because I was having,
Yeah, he's not.
we were talking about it, Valdez and I, on the cast when we first saw it, and I was like, I just wonder whether now that he's able to get all of this extra farm and all this extra money, he's reclaimed his knighthood.
Yeah, he's not him.
Yeah.
So
it's really good to know. Really
right
good
here,
to know.
you can see Kaney is, it looks like he's the first to react to what ended up happening, and there was really just nothing they could do once they were committed. Kaney's decision, though, a bit peculiar. They had the teleport coming in from Trigger, but none of this really matters. Ruler shows up, the heal's on wheels, able to be there from the center. They're gonna get Shirley, but she doesn't really do anything at this point other than potentially open up Azir's turret, which it is valuable, but they are losing out in bot lane farm and XP. Azir's gonna get all solo XP as APK is gonna be forced to share.
Yep. And also, yeah, this is going to take down the turret, but Sun Turret can be erected in its place immediately. And I don't think Gen.G are going to be claiming that this is the end of the world or anything like that, as Ruler looks for a Piercing Darkness that doesn't actually find the mark. And I feel like, you know, Gen.G are down 400 gold or something like that, but it feels like it doesn't really mean anything, given where the money is on Gen.G's side, because BDD getting fed, it feels like no matter what champion he's on, it's going to be a really big problem for the opposition side, but on the Azir, it just gets even worse.
Yeah, it really does. So, very surprising turn of events here. They're dead even on gold, but you don't want to be even on gold. If you're APK's team comp, 45 seconds until Mountain Drake. Rascal gonna be brought to, or I think he's gonna be escorted to safety here.
I believe so, but Haymaker does come in. Fair bit of damage does come down, but Wallace, can he actually sneak himself a spear? The answer is no. Still aggressively moving forward as Ixu understands this will be a 2v2 as Rascal can't re-enter the fight.
Flawless
Split gets out, I believe, with the red buff. I'm not entirely
It's actually
sure.
really surprising. Flawless should move in front of this turret and then try to cancel the recall again on Nidalee, or Akali, and then immediately run over to the Mountain Drake with their team, because as it stands right now, is Kaney recalling? He's actually inting, as Mountain Drake is coming up in 3 seconds. I'm not sure what anyone's actually doing right now. Ixu's
I feel like
up
we
in
should be prioritizing this a little bit more. You're right.
It's really trained. Now, obviously, Ixu and Rascal, they both have teleport, but they're losing very important priority to not only the dragon, but also the Scuttle Crab.
And what this APK composition can do is allow Mia's Pike to get out onto the map, which is what he's doing. But somehow Gen.G actually have more map presence here in this river than what APK has, despite their composition being built to have it.
It's very peculiar.
Taking a lot of poke.
Ixu is here now. Rascal as well, but I would say that Gen.G have the favorable position, and now that Pikey is going to be on cooldown.
Yeah, that's actually a huge deal as Flawless. He's well away from this pit, and Clit is going to be able to lock down that Mountain Drake so easily. That's a huge blunder from APK. They needed to be able to fight for that dragon, but no even 50-50 attempt was made.
And it's really looking like if this game continues on at this pace, that APK are gonna have a lost soul in the dragon.
No. Oh no.
Little unfortunate for them. Mountain Soul is the exact thing that they really would hate to play against.
Well, double lethality is done for Caney. It is a relatively big spike. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to fight around the Drake with it, but maybe the next one they'll be able to utilize that. 4 minutes, not going to be too much time. As I believe BDD looking to go back home. We'll see what he buys next, whether he sits on the arm guard or completes his Zhonya's. And he is going to sit on it. Looks like it is going to be the Luden's Echo coming in next, just to make sure that BDD has a bit more control of his mana. Don't mind that at all, and he's just getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Just waiting for that BDD super play to secure this one for Gen.G, as Clit will allow Flawless just to face check. Flash does come in, great knock-up onto Mia, who misses the Bone Skewer, has to flash to get out of the Cataclysm, but life is still running at them. Predator on his head, as Mia had popped that one. They do make it out. Spooky Ghost online for Trigger, alongside his Super Soaker. Halloween Pool Party certainly ready for this APK bottom laner. They are getting shoved back. And the Senator Tom Kench have been just very comfortable this game, sitting pretty. This particular Morgana Pike combo didn't seem to be the Achilles heel that we've been looking for against this combination of champions.
At this point, 3 minutes until the next Mountain Drake comes up, and it's very good. Gen.G, they're itemizing some resistances on their champions. Obviously, Tom Kench going to benefit a lot from this, as tends to just build armor items for the most part. So getting a lot of value right there. Akali, not sure what her second item is going to be.
Well, it could be that Forbidden Book.
It could be.
Never know. Liandry's is very good, though.
Liandry's
Especially
is
with a Hextech Gunblade.
super fantastic, especially because it's only the Nidalee who has the non-active healing on the side of APK. So the healing is extremely minimal out of APK. So multiple Liandry's procs as well as Madness.
Whoa. Life survived for an extraordinarily long time, as the flash does come out from him anyway. Gets himself to safety in front of the 5 people that were trying to siege down this inner turret. This is what the composition wants to try to do. It's so much better if it was 4-1, but never mind. Sometimes you got to work with what you're given. And APK, they do shove the wave out and now look to set up vision around this Baron. Spotting out that control ward, but Rift Scuttle vision's not going to be able to be removed. And this game going as slow as it is seems to be benefiting Gen.G just fine.
Caney on the outskirt of that turret does end up falling. Taking a look at the goal difference over time.
Bit of a heart monitor.
Yeah. Rascal. Not sure how far ahead he is actually. Oh no, actually. It's only slightly far ahead of Ixu. Slightly far ahead. You like that?
Yeah, I like it.
You didn't even catch it.
No,
Come on.
I caught it. I thought it was just fantastic. So
Oh, thank you.
Didn't require
the
a
Forbidden
comment.
Book.
Yep,
Picked
there
up.
we go. You need to get your phone out.
So the thing is that Akali can just sit on Oblivion Orb if you want the penetration against the Morgana and the Pike. But there's already magic resistances present on Nidalee, on Set, on Jace. So you're not getting as much value as if you just built a Void Staff.
Yeah.
Sitting on Oblivion Orb, not completing to Morello is so much better.
And then he could have had a Haunting Guys as well, and that Madness passive could have been coming in. As Rascal can get dove on here by Flawless, but the damage offering back is actually working out here for Rascal. Piercing Darkness and Ruler trying to keep everyone alive, as now the fight is going to happen. Cataclysm into the backline, look for BDD to see what he can actually get done in this fight. There it is, the ult lands onto one. He grabs 3 kills, mopping everyone up, and that's going to be the last one going over to Ruler. Flawless is still alive, but he's going to have to watch as this Baron is taken by Gen.G.
And so Flawless, he's probably going to shove out mid-wave and then immediately go over to Mountain. No, he's actually just going to go to Mountain right away. I actually think this is a bit of a mistake to not shove out mid-wave, because Tom's going to run over with the Abyssal Voyage and obviously stop the Nidalee. So
there's no way that she can fight a dragon and a catfish.
That is a
the
deadly
combo.
duo, yeah. That's not like something from Neverending Story. Now, Tom doesn't have magic resist, but Nidalee only has Sheen.
Do you know what Life does have? A bajillion health.
Yeah.
And
also,
as a crab. Yeah, and
this
crab,
is a bit like a National Geographic adventure.
It was
here.
a little bit.
Yeah.
We're going to check out BDD. I do want to say it looked like the ult only caught one, but maybe he caught it with more, because maybe it was the... Oh, God, yeah, it was 2 people that instantly just got wiped out.
Let's go.
I was looking for the knockups. My goodness.
He said, let's go Baron. Jarvan with the Frozen Heart.
All right.
Is definitely a bit interesting, but remember, Set's passive is influenced by his initial attack.
Yeah, attack speed does scale very well on this set.
Jace obviously can be hurt if you're on top of him.
Oh, Clid was predicting the flash. Didn't even come out. Still going to put 3 people into this Cataclysm. Nixu taken down to about half health. It looks like this Jarvan is just unkillable, and that looks to be a fact at this particular point in time. APK do make their way out, but Gen.G, they've really turned on at this stage of the game.
They're just so big right now. 4,000 gold advantage. Baron buff still alive for a minute and a half. They're going to pick up this Mountain Dragon. I really hope that the observers pan to one of the champions so we can see the amplification. Nope, we can't. We can't have nice things in life.
No, it's not about that. That's not about that. I'll talk to Jonas Strong after this and see whether he can possibly try and make sure to hover over the champions that are on the team that are receiving the Drake so that we can do our experiments. But APK now floundering. 4,000 gold is the lead, but the Baron power play tells the big story. This game was very close until it wasn't. 2.3k right now with still a minute to go. And after a reset, we'll see what Gen.G can actually get done. Stopwatch completed as well on Rascal. And yes, it's the Forbidden Book, but it's still a lot of items. It's cleared, makes his way to the brush, and he's just going to get healed up. Ruler is over there, remember, as a very sustain-worthy support, but also AD carry and does a whole lot of everything.
One of the things is that if APK can actually manage to find a Hail Mary team fight with multiple Pike resets, in addition to the Azir bounty,
oh yeah,
they can stay alive for a bit longer. Do I think that they can win off of that? Absolutely not. They're staring down Soul Point. I think the only universe where APK wins is if they drag this game out another 10-15 minutes and somehow get to Elder.
I think they also need to outplay Gen.G on multiple occasions in order for it to work, right? And I just don't think that they can stand up to the caliber of player that Gen.G are representing in their 2020 form. This has been certainly one of those games that illustrates that not all teams are the same here in the LCK.
If BDD builds Morello on Azir here, I'm gonna walk off. Next series, I believe that you have it.
I can give you an hour.
We're gonna call in
I can give you an hour break.
All right.
Okay. Is that
There's
all right?
zero reason if that blasting wand is not a void staff.
It should be a void.
It should always be a void staff. But who knows? You might be wanting to catch up on his reading.
Well, you look. Crazy things have happened. There is in fact an Akali in the top lane that has a Merlinomicon this game. And yes, the Primal Surge is an ability that Nidalee has that heals. And Morgana's passive has something to do with healing as well. Pike likes to heal when he goes invisible, etc. but it's still not good. Squalus searching for some spears, and these shot blasts are actually working out of KD. Ruler wants to throw over a Q if he can find one, but Mia does get him into the backline, but misses the ultimate completely. Ruler's going to get devoured and survive somehow. Oh my god, how did that even happen? As now it's all gone to hell in a handbasket for APK. Trigger goes golden, he will be taken down. Rascal survives for a very long time, and eventually Ixu finds him, but that stone plate ain't gonna be helping him. Splits up the fight as out goes Kaney.
Nice
Just
devour.
trying to keep someone alive, and yeah, Ixu, he's a delicious gargoyle right now as he's eaten on up by the very, very happy Sir Thomas. And even licks Kaney on the way out, which should be his death note. Ruler very low on health, but he can keep himself up again, and that's going to be the ace. And well-deservedly, an ace picked up by Life's Tomkench.
Now, there's not a lot of time on the Nidalee and the Morgana, so I don't think this will be the end of the game, although Rascal does have teleport available. All that I think is going to happen is they're going to capture mid. Well, I thought they were going to go for the inhibitor, but I guess they're respecting the wake up from Ixu and teleporting in from behind. So, at this point, they're just going to pillage the red side jungle a bit, take the red. Mountain up in a minute, they're going to reset.
Yeah, going for a reset I think is the most important part.
As I'm going in.
디라이 아닌 거 봐, 아닌 거 풀. 머리 갈게. 파이크. 먹기 된다, 형.
Yeah.
이러면.
Life says, I will give you life.
파이크 잡았어.
As the
먹기부터 천천히
Easter
맞아. 나 먹기 오는 거 생각해.
That was ridiculous that
That's
Ruler
it, go.
survived for so long.
레트 나 넘길 수도 있다.
It looked like Life
나
was
먹기 없어, 먹기
actually
없어.
like counting
don't have
the
any-
time for his auto attack to come back off cooldown or
아직 높을.
something. It's crazy.
해놨어. 먹기 있죠. 먹기 있어, 형. 먹기 있어.
Yep, saying when he's going to eat him.
아니야, 천천히. 제이스 넘어갔어. 제이스 없어.
There's no Jace.
Damn, Life orchestrated that team fight. That was his symphony. That was the Sir Thomas symphony right there. That was what we were watching.
We need a Gentleman Tom skin with a monocle.
Yeah, I want I want an opera goer Tom Kench.
Oh, really?
skin.
Okay.
Yeah. If Life wins Worlds and plays Tom Kench, that's what I want.
Not a big deal.
That's, might be getting slightly ahead of ourselves as we're still in the spring season. Still, we're looking for those flanking opportunities here on Mia's side. I think if this bone skewer lands onto Life, it might heal him. And yeah, it sort of looks like it does. He's in amongst 4 people, surviving for so long. A gigantic gargoyled up catfish is not a killable target for APK. And especially not after this Mountain Soul comes in. It is Poke's worst nightmare. And it is a team with 2 tanks' favorite thing in the world. Flash Cataclysm comes through onto any target Clid can find. Ixu taking a lot of damage as Rascal's found Flawless on the bottom side. Trigger also getting flagged and dragged towards his Clid, looking to try and grab him, but the Superplex is only going to secure the death of Ixu. Flawless goes down on the bottom side. Yeah, Dawning Shadow will be not a dawn for APK, but an equalization of the top of the standings here for the LCK as Gen.G get a very easy 2-0 up against APK. Mia looking for one last-ditch effort, but he dies as Azir looks at him. Sort of like Superman is Speedity here as he just whiffs his ultimate entirely, cast a curse as it was happening right there. But what isn't a curse is the Nexus falling down and Gen.G doing what we were expecting them to do, but very cleanly up against APK Prince. And they will allow us to have the longest possible break until Dragon X versus Griffin.
It's going to be an extremely long break, as we're going to have almost an hour and a half until Griffin versus Dragon X.
I don't know whether
Goron versus Sword.
I know.
To answer all the questions.
CV Max versus Griffin. UCal versus Chovy on the other side of the matchup. This is so crazy because remember, it was that 5-game summer season final in 2018. KT versus Griffin. UCal saving KT Rolster with Deft by his side against Chovy, and now it's Chovy that has Deft in his corner, and that's going to have to play out the other way. There are so many interesting storylines for this one. Who is the better top laner out of Doran and Sword? Are we going to answer the world's question that everyone was asking Griffin? We'll have to find out. But we do need to celebrate Gen.G playing some very clean League of Legends beforehand. The reason why we went to our next matchup so quickly is because, honestly, I think everyone and their dog were expecting this result from this series. APK certainly bottom of the table team. We were expecting that ever since the Kesper Cup. And Gen.G are looking stronger and stronger as these weeks go by. Arnold confirmed that it was probably all of his K-barbecue choices.
I did see that. Well, if you're an APK fan, can't really say that the result is too surprising.
No.
Even with some of the advantages they accrued early on, it just really doesn't seem to matter for them. Their mid into late transitioning is so weak.
And also that last comp was really hard to play.
Yeah.
If you're going to play it correctly, right?
That's the funny thing, right? We talked about this in the POG state.
Yeah, we did.
When you put much more responsibility on yourself that isn't necessary, because you have to ask yourself the question: is this necessary to win? And
look, it didn't win, so I guess
didn't
no.
win, but it's much more difficult to play APK's comp there than it is to play Gen.G's.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're going to check out some of the highlights here. I think most of them are going to involve a golden chicken, as BDD had one hell of a game. On his Azir, was able to pick up all the kills in the early game, and we saw in game number 1, Ruler, absolute hard carry. He now plays the fasting center and allows BDD to do the work. We've seen Clid carry games before.
Yeah.
In that game, even Life was probably a secondary carry, to be honest, because he was tanking
Sir
so
Thomas.
effectively. Like, this is a team that can carry from multiple roles, that can all rely on each other to do their jobs, and they can do it in a whole lot of different modes as well, which I think is something that we've harped on about a lot, but it is fantastic to see it coming to fruition here in the LCK. I think T1 have done similar things, and especially illustrated that against Sandbox this week. The top of the standings are looking really exciting.
Yeah, it really is. And we'll see what ends up happening, obviously, in round 2, as next week is the end of round 1, right?
Yeah, so we've got 2 more days and a half of round 1.
And then it moves to 4-day weeks.
Yes, in theory. It depends what we're going to do about this whole coronavirus situation. Yeah. We'll see exactly what happens. There are other sports institutions that are taking some time off. But let's have a look at some of the highlights here of Flawless. He navigated the early game much better than we've seen out of him, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
But
this Middle East skin as well, just so pretty.
It is very pretty.
It looks like one of the Celestial mounts from WoW.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, you know?
And not the one that you got from the trading card game.
The one
not
in
the one
Wrath
that you
of the
could
Lich.
just buy.
Yeah, the really rare one.
The Reigns of the Spectral Tiger.
Oh,
that's exactly what you're
Alex,
talking about.
you are a bit of a savant.
Oh, dude, I know my overly expensive mounts that I never owned but always wanted to.
Yeah.
As Mia tries to get out of this one, Dawning Shadow across 2 people, Clid with the perfect timing on the stopwatch. And that wasn't exactly a BDD super play. This was just BDD doing what we know he can do on this Azir every single time, and sidestepping almost every skill shot during that passage of play as well.
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff out of BDD.
And so,
although Clid had probably one of the best recovery jungler games that we've seen in a really long time, this particular play here did instantly get BDD the player of the game, but Life, honorable mention, Clid, honorable mention, even Rascal playing the Akali pretty well, and Ruler keeping everyone alive. This moment of Ruler saying, don't worry, I got you. And he was stunned, that's why he didn't need him. It just didn't last long enough for APK to actually lock down the kill.
Well, in the end, I gave my MVP vote to BDD.
Me too. And I think he absolutely deserved it.
We'll see who ends up getting it, though. We're always sometimes a bit surprised.
Well, actually, this time around, if it goes to BDD Life or Clid, I'm not upset.
That's why it needs to go to Ruler.
I liked him throwing out a late ultimate, whilst also winning an exchange 2v2 in the bottom lane. I did enjoy that moment.
Rascal down here at the bottom, just trying to get himself that mount.
MVP.
Yeah.
I think. As Mixer is disconnected entirely.
The sound has died for me.
Big fun?
The sound.
Oh, has it?
Yes.
Okay.
That is interesting.
I can still hear you.
I can hear you.
All right, but you can't hear that.
Yeah, it's very strange.
You can turn it up. It is down really low on your machine.
I actually always keep it low. I can. I don't know. Whoever puts on the headset.
It's actually quite,
생일까지 들어가요.
it's quite loud.
관장님도 생일이죠.
I can hear it now.
관장님 사랑해요. 아, 꺼져.
As Gen.G with a very easy 2-0 here to start off the day. It means that now we're sitting at 6:30 p.m. and our next match starts at 8.
An hour and a half.
Yeah, we got some time. We got some time to really just comprehend what it's going to be for CV Max to versus Griffin.
Going to be a lot of anticipation coming up for this match.
And actually, I don't know what this is going to mean for how these teams play as well, because when emotions get to these Dragon X players, they can look like a very different team.
Yeah.
Quite a disgruntled team.
And I'd actually imagine that some of them might even be influenced by the nature surrounding this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the top lane is like, it's so nuanced and so interesting.
Lane,
like the amount of answers to questions that people are looking for.
Is Chobi going to show up today? Or we haven't seen him. Choki has not been seen around the arena.
Well, we're going to have a look at player of the game. It will be BDD, and it's 9 out of 9, my friend. Don't you worry. We are all on the same page today. 100% Ruler, 100% BDD, and they 100% carried these games. As BDD actually messed that one up a little bit. I think he probably could have got the Conquering Sands to move a little bit further forward. But that's just nitpicking, and he still managed to turn around that game. In the mid lane, as it's just some exemplary play from all of Gen.G, to be honest, throughout this series. They weren't tested very much at all by APK. But I think you can take away a lot of things, even from games like this against lower tier players, because this is about how cleanly you can close out a game that you should easily be able to win, right? Because there are a lot of teams that can just clown Fiesta in moments like this.
Yeah, they really can. They can turn into the whole circus.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's something that Afrika used to do. Their old identity was they could tend to go a little bit too crazy in games that they were expected to win. Harma Life, however, were very, very good at always beating teams below them and losing to teams above them. And you can see that at the moment, the teams above them are a few too many. As we do have a look, Gen.G are written as being in first place, but don't worry guys, T1 are in first place. We'll have to see after round 2 as to whether that can be evened out. Might actually have a tie-break scenario.
We sort of have like a of yester season, Griffin and Jin Air going on, but the top teams versus APK are locked in equilibrium.
Yeah, it's like it's a real strange thing having sort of a first season in a really long time that Griffin haven't been performing, because it was 3 seasons in a row of them being just so dominant.
Well, the team broke up, so it's not really the team anymore. So
yeah. I mean, the majority, I guess, of the team did stay, like Sword, Tarzan, and Viper all being there. Cabby already being a member of the team as well. So theoretically, there's only sort of one big swap. But I think you're right. It doesn't feel like the same Griffin. Let's see which Griffin is going to turn up after a very long break. Dragon X versus Griffin. We need some time to prepare. And we'll see you afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion, and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is
You're
win.
looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna
You
be.
looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ, and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
She wakes up with a smile, holds it for a little while. She knows it's time to let go. The sunlight hits her eyes, the music keeps her love alive. Don't let it go, let it go. And when the lights go down tonight, the music never dies, the music never dies, the music never dies, no, no. Oh, song, make it come along. The music never dies, the music never dies, the music never dies, no, no.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the 2020 spring season of LCK. It is week 4. It is the final match of the final day. I am Atlas Skywalker, and I am joined by the last Sith himself. And we will truly see who will bring light or darkness to the Rift. As King's Own, Dragon X, formerly known, now just Dragon X, will be facing off against Griffin. Two teams, so many shared histories. Neon moving over from Dragon X to Griffin. Yukal, formerly playing with Deft on KT, now will stand on the other side of the matchup. Sword versus Doran, the man who played top lane for Griffin at Worlds, but should he have been the chosen one? We are to find out all these questions and more as we get into our final match of the day.
This one is gonna be one to look forward to, obviously, just to see what questions do get answered in this series. But what type of an approach is Griffin going to bring to the table to try to combat Dragon X's aggressive playstyle inside of this game? Because it's going to be a very interesting one. Obviously, Sword vs. Doran, a matchup many people are looking forward to watching.
Yep.
Chovy in the mid lane there against
Chovy
Yukal.
versus Yukal is a huge one because 2018 LCK Summer Final 5-game monster series that went all the way down to the wire that Yukal was able to claim, mostly for his beautiful jungler Score, who is now retired but finally managed to win an LCK title. That was Yukal with Deft that was able to take down Chovy there, and now Chovy is the man with Deft in his corner. These are the points of the match that we have. This list should be a whole lot longer than it is, but this is also a Liberation Day in Korea as well. March 1st, the day has come, and who's the Liberation going to be for?
Who's going to be the Liberator?
Hey,
today.
I mean, there's some StarCraft going on today, so I
There
guess
actually
there are some
is, yeah.
Liberators
IEM
going
is
on.
having its semifinals right now. But despite the hype, two teams have the opposite storyline. Dragon X stopped the losing streak versus Griffin in the pre-series losing streak. Life on the line, CV Max Doran Chovy versus Sword Tarzan Viper. It is a complete reunion. And then the bottom one, I'm not the same person you used to know. Isn't that Lyrics?
I think so. The first clash on a competitive match, former main player Sword versus his sub player Doran, the man that, you know, found himself out in the cold and joined Dragon X to try and find his revenge. Or at least that is how the storyline in my head goes. As we have a look at the team stats between Dragon X and Griffin. Dragon X, not a lot of first blood percentage at all. And win rate with first blood will then be a little bit of an interesting question given the low sample size.
It's so interesting given how aggressive they tend to be.
Yeah.
So that is a very peculiar stat.
We're going to have a look at some of the highlights here as Kyoshik just completely face-checking that brush, but it doesn't matter because Dragon X honestly just straight up obliterated APK without having to do much of anything, to be perfectly honest. It was good to see Defton Carrier adopting the Famine Center playstyle, showing that they certainly have that mode to them, that equalizer, unbelievable. As I believe Doran did manage to get player of the game for this match, which is why we're highlighting him throughout. I personally, had I been on the desk, would not have voted, and neither did anyone on this desk. For Doran there, who was at least able to kill Flawless in a Baron pit. But I don't know, man. This was a series
Chovy
that
was
didn't
also
show us very much.
the best ore in this game on Silas.
Yup.
So now taking a look at Griffin. The dive down here in bot lane versus T1. And the question is going to be, is Griffin going to manage to get Darth Orr up in top lane?
Well, this is the thing, you know. We don't know. This was actually a decent moment for Sword on his Mordekaiser, which is a pick that has fallen out of favor. It's not as fashionable as it used to be.
Yeah.
But Sword is still picking it up and trying to make it work. This was the game where Canna picked up player of the game. People thought that Faker was a little bit robbed throughout this one. Canna playing out a pretty fantastic gangplank though throughout this series, which was very impressive. But that's not what we're here to talk about. This is about Chovy versus UCAL. It's about so many matchups, but this is going to be our key player version. Match history is Chovy trailing behind UCAL, given the 2018 season that KT had mostly. And we'll see whether Chovy's going to be able to even out that number. If it's a Dragon X 2-0, that will even out this scoreline. And you can see that even though Chovy has Deft behind him, he almost has that 30% damage share that we see from most of our hard carries for a lot of these teams, right? And Chovy's been playing his little heart out on our champions, especially like that of the Zoe, a pick that he will definitely not get this series.
And Chovy is, I know that we just talked about this in the Pog State podcast, but
we did, which will be coming out on Tuesday, 10 p.m. KST.
He is the most stable mid laner right now in the LCK, being trailed pretty closely by Faker.
Yep. BDD is certainly up there as well. And it's interesting that you talk about Chovy as being so stable when in so many
Choki is not here.
Well, that's the thing. Is he going to show up against his former teammates?
Since the public isn't allowed in. Now I think we've realized it. Chovy
it's the Chovy buff.
Well, Choki is his long-lost brother who comes in, kicks him off the stage. They're identical twins.
Yep.
That's exactly what happens. Now that we've solved it, no surprises for Griffin on their starting roster here today.
I do want to go back to what you were talking about as far as Chovy's Silas as we get into pick and ban, because he was the first one to play it here in Korea. It's been running around solo queue a lot. People like this Silas pickup. I like it against Ornn if for some reason you're not allowed to ban it, like you can't find the button. the first stage of the game or something like that, because you can utilize that Ornhorn and it does a fair bit of damage if you can boost it up with some AP. Do like it. But DRX taking their time on their first ban, as I'm not entirely sure what they're going to really focus on. It looks like Yukal's Azir is going to leave first. Mid lane is, of course, going to be a focus here, as the Zoe does have to leave the Rift.
And the other interesting thing is that due to the dynamic of the Kindred pick, there's even a chance that Sword will get his Ornn.
And then just get Kindreded.
Yeah.
That would be a gamble, but in game one, that is the time where you should be going for gambles such as this. This means a lot for the standings, though, as far as whether or not you get a 2-0 or you get a 2-1 for DRX. They can actually really solidify themselves towards the top of the standings. If they're able to do that, they will even out. They will be, one match behind that of T1 and Gen.G at that point, and ready to pounce if either of those teams do fall by the wayside to any of their upcoming matchups. I believe Gen.G still has to face a Freak of Freaks this series, this round. So that could be a more difficult one, as Renekton was the final ban on DRX's side after Griffin banned Lee Sin. So Soraka's getting through, Yumi's getting through, and most importantly,
I have
Ornn is getting through.
No clue what these bans are. They are so different,
weird,
than everything we have been seeing up until this point. Well, Soraka's open, Ornn's open.
Aphelios is open.
Aphelios is open.
Aphelios is a trap right here. They have to lock in Ornn.
I have no idea what these 6 bans are. As Aphelios,
just right into the trap.
And now, here we go. Darth Sidious.
Darth Sidious right out here. But now, maybe, just maybe, this has been all orchestrated. So
all
that
part of the plan.
Doran can finally show down against Sword, who is at his full power. It's not a choice that I would make if I was just wanting to win. However, it might have been going through the mind of DRX while they were choosing to just not pick the greatest champion on the patch by a country mile.
Now, will Kindred come in specifically to answer the Ornn?
Or is it Olaf Soraka to be instantly locked in here? Something that we have seen as the answers.
Oh!
Okay, we're picking it back up again. We're picking it back up again. Olaf, we often talk about as being a Sinner champion. When paired with Yuumi or Soraka, he is not. And Yumi's still available. I hope Griffin have noticed that, because they will need to ban it in the next round or pick it right here.
I just wanted to point out something to you, Atlas, really quickly.
Yeah, man.
As it is tradition here at the LCK cast, doesn't Soraka's splash heart look like she has boils on her arm?
Oh,
you can't unsee it now, can you?
No, I can't.
Yeah, join me in this misery.
I am.
Trundle.
Well, I mean, the misery continues as the Trundle is once again locked in. And look, this is often seen as, especially in Korea, a counter pick to Olaf. I personally don't understand necessarily why. Yes, he can lower his AD if you're fighting him in a 1v1, but Olaf is just going to run at your carry and not care about all the CC that Ornn's going to be throwing out. So I don't quite understand. Do you know why the Trundle is seen as a counter pick?
Just because the pillar can block the Olaf. That's actually it. It is that
It's that
simple.
binary. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought that there might be more nuance.
One of the most bizarre, we've talked about it so many times on the broadcast, and it is one of the most bizarre things that have ever popped up in Korea in my recent memory. So definitely odd. You know what? I think that he came out here because he heard us talking about boils.
Dude, okay, so I don't want to talk about the boils because it's distressing me. However, if Griffin don't ban Yuumi here and then don't pick it after this, Silas Yuumi is probably the sickest final round draft picks that DRX could pick up for themselves. It would be so damn cool.
It would. This is definitely... Well, hold on. What is DRX's last ban gonna be? They already banned the Syndra. They might just ban... Oh.
Okay,
so,
Blitz.
The Blitzcrank is interesting. That could signify that maybe there's a desire to have Thresh, or is it the 500 IQ trying to get Griffin to pick Thresh, thinking that there's less counter picks available, and that Dragon X wouldn't possibly pick Morgana or something of that nature.
They are going to save support counter pick. I love this. Griffin holding on to the opportunity to just lock in the Volley Bear. We saw how good Volley Bear is into Yuumi multiple times. Of course, better when he can farm. As Deft is hovering a few different options here. Chovy, wondering what he wants to take into the Victor.
Kassadin is historically one of the best champions into Victor.
Also, historically a good one for Chovy, but they aren't going to lock it in.
They're gonna
they want to try and get some more magic damage here.
And will they lock in the Yuumi?
Is Sword swapping to the mid lane as well as the other option? I think Yuumi would have been such a good idea.
No, it's actually going to be that simple. Yet again, ban Blitz and now apparently pick Thresh.
Well, sometimes, you know, you come up with a cool idea and then you just don't do it, you know? That sometimes is how that works, as there is another hook remaining and iRove is thinking of picking it.
Reserved the support counter pick for Nautilus as it currently stands.
Heck yeah.
That is, Alice, I'm going to need you to take it away here. Not trying to get TOS'd.
Well, when one team has a hook and the other one doesn't, you should probably also get a hook. That's how it works. It's like Dragon X and Griffin are going fishing together, and if one of them has a hook and the other one doesn't, you know who's going to win the fishing game.
Well,
you know?
Griffin's draft from top to bottom was... It was something. It was absolutely, it was definitely something that leaves much to be desired.
I would certainly suggest that Griffin switch the Victor and the Ornn, and they didn't. So Sword is actually going to be playing the Victor. Yes, we knew that the Victor was going top lane, but why not have the players playing champions they're good at?
It's such a fumble in the sense that obviously they're doing this so that Sword has a better matchup and doesn't just get removed from the game by the Soraka. But in doing so, you have your significantly mechanically worse player piloting the hard carry that is Victor.
Yeah.
And we've seen Sword on carry champions. It doesn't typically go that well.
No. Well, in fact, we've seen him on champions that aren't on. I think that's what you meant.
Well,
as I think this is about
Victor,
the time, isn't this about the time in Star Wars where they're doing the opening credit roll? I don't actually have like the opening roll like to actually run onto the screen.
Yeah.
But can I read it out for
you?
you?
Sure, absolutely.
This is the LCK New Hope. It is a period of civil war. Rebel ships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil last Sith. During the battle, Atlas Skywalker's spies managed to steal a secret book which holds plans to the ultimate weapon, the Ornn Star. An armored space station with enough goats to destroy an entire Runeterra. Pursued by the Empire's sinister agents, Atlas Skywalker races home aboard his ship, which he acquired a ticket for. And he is a custodian of those stolen plans inside that book that can finally save his people and restore freedom to the League of Legends Champions career.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Alice.
You're welcome.
I would definitely give that a 11 out of 10.
I was paraphrasing a little.
I feel my body cosmically drawn closer towards you.
Is that due to the radiance?
Yes, it is.
Tarek's not in this game. You can't.
That's fine.
It can't happen. As Doran's moved to the mid lane, and that's how we sort of knew that this was going to go. It's all about dodging the matchups and trying to get Soraka into Ornn. And Chovy's probably going to be absolutely fine up into a Victor on his...
Well, this is just brutal.
Oh my god. So I was actually hanging out backstage and got to see CV Max having a chat with Viper. Things looking absolutely fine between the two of them. Quad was sitting down with Neon. They were having some chats together. Of course, Neon formerly being the front runner for Dragon X last year, while Quad was still a trainee. So those guys obviously spent a fair bit of time together. So being able to hang out again does certainly feel like a bit of a reunion, even if we are touting this as slightly a grudge match. There is a lot of good blood between these teams as well.
I really like this, though. We're getting to see Pokemon Trainer Red back up in the top lane.
I know, isn't it great? And his Pokemon are all really high level.
Yeah,
by
they
the
are.
way. If you played Pokemon Silver, you know.
Pokemon Trainer, I mean, we've been missing him in the top lane recently.
Yeah.
And what a tragedy that he comes out here today for the Griffin match just to make the job for Griffin that much harder.
Yeah. Well, Kyoshik is on the Raptor camp. He's going to steal that one away before Tarzan even sees. As the pillar, okay, yeah, Kyoshik does get out of there, but that's a pretty good pillar.
Yeah, it was.
As Kyoshik down to about 200, will have to flash this wall. It will be immediately followed, as Doran hadn't taken W yet, I don't think. Or did he heal him? I'm not entirely sure. But now Kyoshik has the buff of the added attack speed as he takes down his red buff. This was all planned, I think, by Dragon X.
If I had a wine glass to hold up to you right now, I definitely would.
You would? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
As Kyoshik does utilize exactly that, whilst taking down his red. And the 3-buff start should be happening here, as it's red to red for Kyoshik, but you can see Tarzan nowhere near the blue side, and I think this might have to do with Doran having priority in the mid lane, and Sword not quite able to push Chovy back, as this Rumble is having a hell of a time up here towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, he's just doing completely fine. And the way that these two team compositions are ultimately going to end up working is that even though the Rumble and, well, actually, even though the Victor, Ornn, and Misfortune do scale very, very well, and you even have the Trundle coming in to give them a little bit of extra damage and whatnot, the team fights are going to be very difficult for them to orchestrate because they have to run into Dragon X. And outside of that, Dragon X should have the better leg up in terms of neutral objective control. So Dragons are going to be something that's going to be very pressuring. Ocean Drake first one of the game. Now, if this goes to Cloud Soul, that would help Griffin a lot. It would remove a lot of pressure that can be present in the mid to late transition and allow their champions to get to 4, 5, 6 items. Where
also, Victor, Ornn, Trundle all quite like Cloud Soul at the same time. Not only for the cooldown reduction, but also the movement speed, synergizing very well with what their kits have to offer. Dragon X right now, though, just have a passive 800 gold lead because Deft is crushing his lane. You can see the same thing is happening to a similar degree for Chovy up towards the top side, and a Soraka is winning lane against an Ornn, which is understandable, but often we don't actually see Soraka's winning out in farm. It's not really a thing.
Yeah, typically she's not able to do that except for in some matchups. This is one of them where she can.
Yeah, that's
so I'm not really going to fault UCal that much, especially because mid lane Soraka, when it gets to tank like this, is a lot safer than up there in top lane.
That's true. Shorter lane.
Yeah. Shorter lane, shorter proximity towards mid, less interaction with the opponent. Now, Doran is already level 6. UCal still level 5, and I'm not sure how after the entire wave dissipated. So this must mean that Doran is actually considerably ahead in XP. Kyoshik doing the Ocean Dragon right now as
he is so far ahead, by the way. Well, Equalizer coming down towards the top side. Gravity Field comes in. Sword still level 5, but he's really struggling in this lane.
Almost 20 CS at 6.5 minutes here against Chovy.
Okay.
And this is actually a matchup that isn't that bad for Victor, so a little bit surprising.
I beg to differ.
Okay.
I'm looking at the matchup, and it looks really bad for Victor. I don't know what you're talking
Trainer
about.
Red.
Well.
You gotta get with the times, Atlas, honestly. You're really slowing down lately.
I'm a movie, you know? It's like everything's starting to go more slowly. As Chovy tries to avoid the death ray as best he can. But he went back and just got himself some Sork boots. And so he's trying to go as ham as possible as he lights Sword on fire. And then wanders back to the minion wave. Sword going back home yet again.
Chovy is doing all of this without teleport. So
or a care in the world.
Yeah, he has the tier 2 boots. He's really just bullying Sword in this lane. As Sword recalling, he's going to miss parts of this incoming minion wave. UCal is finally actually going to be ahead in the CS department. Don't know if he'll actually... No, he won't. Oh, he will.
Nailed it.
All right.
All right, got himself a 5 CS gap now in his favor. Has the Ignite picked up as well with his Unsealed Spellbook, which should help him out if anything does go awry. I actually quite like having Doran in the mid lane on this Soraka right now, by the way. Just because you're able to play around your Olaf so much better as Sword. Just try not to watch, guys. Not meaning any beef, but we all know how it feels.
He's doing pretty good on this one.
He picked it back up again. I cast a never mind. Okay.
What did you do?
I was announcing my caster blessing, which then in turn immediately caster cursed. It was, I've just got to stop talking about it. 900 gold, now the lead for DRX. As Deft and Carrier were waiting to see whether they could possibly kill someone, as that was a weird interaction as the Moonlight Vigil comes down. Bullet time over the top of Deft, only taking him down to about half health, as it was Gravitum Crescendum, so didn't quite have the extra range of the Calibrum available there. Nailed every one of them. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You impressed?
I was.
Nice. I think maybe a little bit too proud of myself. It's been a long time since Felios was out. As Doran points in the queue, getting to the point where you can basically eliminate these waves relatively well. Sword's almost completely out of mana. Chovy.
Sword's gonna get himself zoned out. Oh my.
Yeah, and he has to
This
ult.
is a destruction. He missed the cannon, missed the
now,
spellcaster.
Okay, Chovy's gonna just murder the wave.
And he's going to murder the wave, and he's going to murder the next wave, and Sword is going to miss even more. Chovy is deep into level 8. Sword is still 7. This is a massacre. I'm considering getting SKT 5G after this match.
to check out the
pro view.
Just so we can learn how to play Rumble?
So we can see what's really happening down there. The observer not always catching the action.
That's true, but we have 30 CS leads in top and bot right now. 30. And whilst all this is happening, Kyoshik is like 5 camps ahead of Tarzan, 4 camps ahead of Tarzan, something like that. This is an early game dismantlement of Griffin right now. However, they still have Ornn, you know? They have scaling things. Now Tarzan looking to come in, but Doran has himself the Lantern to take as the Ornn is going to get blocked. Fantastic play as Chovy's going to make his way down. No equalizer, but he's got a Flame Spitter, and Yukal's going to get slowed down. First Blood goes to the Rumble, who is already way too far ahead in this game.
The Rumble is just so big right now. Sorkpen Boots haunting guys, a bit of a savant, probably going Leandre's Torment.
Attaboy.
As the Rip Herald cast into mid lane. Now, you were just talking about Tarzan a moment ago, and for people that are thinking that he might be George the Jungle in this game, hold on, actually. Sword, if Chovy does this right, I think Sword's dead.
Well, he should be. Depends.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's going to land it. Equalizer comes up again. Good night, sweet prince. What the heck was Sword doing there?
Well, Charizard came top lane.
Yeah. Well, Charizard's buffed on this patch of Super Smash Bros. I'm not going to lie to you.
Never underestimate Ash's Charizard.
Well,
okay.
This one's obeying it. Let's just say that.
So, even though it might look like Tarzan's not being able to do a whole lot in this game, he has three losing lanes. And then in addition to that, he has a Soraka who he can't gank unless you have synergy with the Ornn pillar or with the Trundle pillar. Says
Lantern,
yeah. I'll watch you. Interrupts.
노틸 있긴 해. 오른 노공.
Ornn no ult.
나이스.
Chovy is in some crazy form this game, by the way. And I know it's a Rumble, it's not necessarily like the mechanics machine, but he's just understanding his damage ranges very, very well, knows exactly what he can go for, and has really put the screws in as Yukal has been switched back towards the top side. And Dragon Axe are going to start off the Infernal Drake. We're going to have a Cloud Soul or a Mountain Soul. Mountain would be brilliant for Griffin if they can get to it, but they're not going to be able to as Cloud Soul is going to be upon us. was the one that you were talking about as the best news for Griffin, because the soul doesn't mean nearly as much as what a mountain would have, especially given Soraka and all of the extra heals. Any extra mitigation or effective health is fantastic.
And I really like this reinitiated lane swap that they're trying to get legs up in, but just not going to be all that successful. Dragon X are so far ahead right now in this game that they're so accelerated that even the mid-game or the early to mid transition is going to be that much harder now for Griffin. Dragon X most certainly going to be getting the Cloud Dragon as soon as it comes up. It's going to bring the game to Soul Point, and even though Cloud Soul doesn't do a whole lot for some of their champions, it does still provide them with a little bit of an edge. So it's also going to be a very early Elder Dragon coming out. Yucal is down a level, Sword probably down about a level and a half. We'll see what it actually is potentially soon, depending on when they ding 10. As Chovy and Doran, they have been well into that level for quite a while.
You saw exactly how scared Irove was while he was trying to get away from Chovy and Carrier there. Not a lot of map control right now for Griffin. As 3,000 gold is the lead. 3.5 minutes until the next Drake, and this game just feels like it's going at breakneck pace. I know, like, there's only been 2 kills, but I feel like we're entering a mid-game before the laning phase should have even stopped, right? Like, it's just the amount of extra pressure that Dragon X have been able to gain this game, and the fact that the power levels of these champions are so skewed so quickly.
Yeah. It's really going to prove to be very difficult, especially because the only one that's going to have any sort of realistic itemization against the Rumble for the foreseeable future is just going to be the Ornn, and that's not even really who Chovy is trying to gun for. As Victor Hexcore upgrade does end up coming in, magic resistance picked up by Tarzan. Leandre's Torment, Chovy a bit of an intellectual, much like the collective.
Well, 600 gold in plates. One of them did go missing. No, actually, no. No, 1 or 2. Yeah. Did go missing as far as extra money there, but that's all right. Still a huge lead for Dragon X, regardless, and only lost 1 plate themselves. This bottom lane outer turret will be falling down. Leandre's Torment, like we talked about, is going to be completed here by Chovy. See where he goes next. It might just be the Forbidden Book, but we'll see. It might have the plans to the Death Ornn in it, remember?
Yeah.
Got to make sure you collect that book, otherwise it doesn't work. As Yucal doing his very best just to stay alive here in this lane.
And really, Misfortune's going to need to pick up an Executioner's Calling, along with Trundle, most likely at some point. Because Victor, his build is already going to be so heavy as it is. Trying to make it to the Morella Nomicon.
Ow.
Yeah, Chovy might just dive him here, actually, yeah.
Yeah, Equalizer going to be thrown down.
Didn't tag him. I think if he did, Chovy would go for it.
Yeah, didn't quite line it up as
Predator
effectively there. Yeah, this is what we see out of mid lane Rumbles quite a lot, as Carrier trying to predict the juke, doesn't get it. Mind games, not going to pay off this time around. Sword getting more attention than he did otherwise want. Undertow's going to land here as Deft is going to turn up. Massive CC as the Gravitum is armed, but Tarzan able to get out of there just fine with the Subjugate online. Apologies for the rhyme, which just never stops apparently. Is Tarzan going to get snared once again by the Gravitum? But surely is going to be on the minds of Dragon X as Sword teleports to the mid inner turret. Griffin thinking about a 5v5 right here. And might be an option as the Ornn is available. Chovy coming on down now as well. Doesn't have the Equalizer available just yet, but they're so scared of Carrier. My goodness, he just walks at them, and Griffin are going to disengage. Of course, seeing that wasn't quite the opening that they were looking for. Carrier's not stopping. It was to stop Viper from being able to remain in this lane, and this is just a Griffin that are playing so scared. I mean, they play slowly generally, but I don't think that I've seen this kind of play from Griffin so far this season.
No, this is a very fast snowball with a whole lot of control coming out of Dragon X.
It's a stranglehold.
Yeah, it really is.
There's the flash. They get that out of Dora, and that's a big deal as Chovy tanking up the turret a couple of times there, but has a scrap shield to help him out, even though it has been slightly nerfed. Here on 10.3, Cloud Drake going to be looked at for Griffin. And looks like Dragon X aren't too worried about it. They're just going to claim the standing gold on this map. Pings out on the inner turret as Chovy grabs the outer on the top side. An attempted steal with an undertow, may as well go for it. Kyoshik, as Deft clears out the mid lane. Viper picks that one up. And they are going to transition towards top side of the map or just go home for a bit of a reset on Dragon X's side. 5,000 gold the lead. Big items already purchased. Runan's Hurricane and the Essence Reaver at 17.5 minutes, and Deft is almost at 200 CS.
Yeah. Deft is so far ahead in bot lane right now.
It's one Runan's
in terms
Hurricane
of tempo, yeah. And Chovy, a bit interesting. You pick up an easily large rod. He already had an amp tome, so how do you just pick up a blasting?
Spellbinder.
He might be going that, but if he picked up a blasting wand, he'd be able to go into the Void Staff. As you can see, some magic resist starting to get picked up by the enemy team.
Wouldn't mind it. I generally, because I'm a bit of an old soul when it comes to League of Legends, it was always third item. Void Staff was the way to go. Generally, the idea was you build your mana item, then you build a death cap, and then you build a Void Staff. That's how you maximize damage. So maybe just that school of thought here for Chovy. Doesn't necessarily need to worry about whether it's a Spellbinder or a death cap, and because he's just been running after the opponents, trying to burn them down, I don't mind Spellbinder.
Don't mind it all that much. Sunfire Cape is going to be the second ornament for UCal, so he does have that going for him. As this really just looks like a slow and steady bleed.
Yeah.
Out of
Scary
Dragon
thing
X.
is, if that continues, the ornaments will come in.
Yes.
And this effective gold gap is going to shrink as this game goes on. But we'll see whether or not it's actually going to affect whether Dragon X lose or not. Because the thing is, right now they've just executed better in almost every way throughout this game.
Yep. Almost 5,000 gold lead for Dragon X here at 20 minutes. Now, normally I would be in the, the school of thought that 5,000 gold lead probably doesn't matter all that much for an Orin Victor and an MF. The issue is that they're fighting against a Soraka, they're fighting against an Aphelios, and they're fighting against what looks like is going to be a Leandri's into Rabadon's Death Cap.
Oh, heck yeah. And has the Void Staff ready to turn into... Sorry, and has the Amp Tome ready to turn into a Void Staff.
And I really like this. With the amount of money that he's dumped into the double needlessly large rod, he could have already had a Void Staff, but he is probably acknowledging that there's no team fight. There is no imminent need to have something. And when you can be cognizant of this fact, there's no dragon, there's no realistic Baron threat, there's no Herald, there's no way that they're going to siege, you don't need to rush into item completions, and so you can delay whatever it is that you're trying to do in order for a bigger upturn at a later stage of the game. And we don't see this as much as you would think in pro play, where players will haphazardly rush into something like completing a Morello and then no fight happens for 4 minutes, when maybe a Leandri's or a Void Staff would have been better while sitting on an Oblivion Orb.
Yeah, so the Void Staff would have actually been a good fight now item.
Yes.
Is what you're saying, but you may as well invest if you expect the game to go for a little bit longer. And as much item efficiency as possible is definitely warranted against a team composition that has an Orn, right? Because you're already fighting an uphill battle there, so having even less efficiency is certainly not a great idea. Let's carry it, clearing our vision. Dragon X have a lot of control around this Baron area. As top inner turret getting slightly sieged, and Chovy is in the mid lane. Tarzan in position to possibly try and get a gank onto Rumble, but Chovy senses it. Redemption completed for Doran here as well, so even more sustain and control in these team fights. Bit of a shout out to Tarzan, our resident Redemption rusher.
Yeah.
On mostly his Olaf back in 2019.
And right now, Sword is going to shove out this wave.
I want to know the CS per minute numbers for Dad right now, because he's got a lot. It must be at about 12-ish, 11 to 12 around now. Doing a lot of farming. The agricultural work from this Aphelios has been quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing all right, Atlas. You don't have to prop him up like this. You don't need to exalt him. This hard.
I'm sorry, Deft. I didn't mean to
Exalt
embarrass you
is
or
a
anything
fun
like
word.
It is a fun word.
It really
I've
is.
never used it like that.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Thank you.
I normally just talk about my reputation.
All right.
You know, being exalted. Stuff like that. As Viper clears out minions, he's also been doing absolutely fine when it comes to the farm, actually being able to stabilize from what was a difficult laning phase. And the more we talk about stabilize, the better the news is for Griffin fans out there. And already the gold is starting to shrink, but there is a very cool hat that is now aboard this Yordle on a mech.
Yeah.
And that's real scary.
So he has a hat, he has a mask, he has his shoes.
He has a book.
He has a book.
A book that doesn't
And
necessarily
a
need
shield.
to turn into another book.
It'd be cool if there was a mode that actually like furnish, or is it furnish? No. Just puts the
Adorned?
the garments on the champions.
There was
that'd be
actually
nice.
there was a really cool fan art that I saw. I think it was of a Misfortune, but she like had all of the items in like some way on her person, and it looked super awesome, like hyper realistic.
Oh, that's really cool.
It was cool. I'm remembering back, she had a Banshee's Veil, so it was obviously back before Banshee's Veil was an item that...
Oh, red buff!
Had AP.
Gonna get picked up there.
Yeah, he's going to collect
Why
it.
didn't you play-by-play that?
Because it was a red buff being...
What are you talking about? It's the most action we've had in minutes.
All right. Sword auto-attacking the turret.
Yes.
Doing a fair bit of damage here. You can
Oh,
see
hold on, the
perfect
minions.
X-Score making that one work out. We're going to have to check in later, though, as Irove has to get out. Tarzan going to save him with a great pillar of filth. As now Sword back at it again. He's trying to take down this turret. In the meantime, the purple worm has been started up. And the Victor, he gets rid of the turret, but can he do any more as the teleport is available and this Baron going down relatively slowly. Griffin in position around this area. You can see DragonX, they just want to start a fight. They just want an
losing
opportunity
a lot of HP. Sword!
He's booking it with his home guard into the back of this one, but there is a control ward, and Chovy, he smells out his former teammate.
I don't think
looks
Rumble
to try and close in.
smell in that suit.
Well, that's a good point. Unless it's augmented with, you know, like scent activation.
Yeah, and then what if he can actually change it like a Jolly Rancher flavor?
Well,
what?
that's the flash hook. The answer in flash comes in from Sword as Goshik. He's just standing guard. Inner turret is going to be secured. Does DragonX have the option to go for a reset or go back to this Baron once again? Fair few camps available here, as we'll see whether Pyoshik does prioritize that, as DragonX standing on top of a ward might walk into the trap here of Griffin.
Oh, they're moving. Whoa!
There's the on-horn. Tarzan's going to get hooked, is now Deft off to the side, but the Depth Charge is going to get that knock-up. Redemption in there. Everyone just standing put as Soraka grabs the second kill of this fight. Both supports have been traded, but now there's no on-horn, and Chovy flashes in with the flame spitter. The heals are available from Doran, though, so he is going to be okay. And Griffin, they're going to clear out the minion wave, and they are going to be able to back away. A 1-for-1 in the end. But DragonX probably didn't want it to go that close.
Now they're going to go for a reset. Let's take a look at this. Obviously, the ward is on them. And Kyria's hook, I don't think was actually influenced by that pillar.
No, I don't
Started
think so.
off with that. Thresh obviously going down, and then Chovy going really hard here. Flashes forward with the flame spitter. And doesn't actually get anything meaningful.
Yeah.
So a bit overeager. Spirit Massage coming in next on the Soraka. Really do like that. There's a lot of magic damage on the enemy team. And also a lot of ways to keep proccing her Q inside of the team fight. So definitely not a bad purchase by any means, as Oblivion Orb, well, you can't win them all.
You can't win them all.
Atlas, you really just, you can't win them all.
Viper and Sword both don't have any form of magic resist, though. So doing true damage to the carries, not something that I'm necessarily going to have an issue with.
Well, what is the MR exactly, actually, on Victor and MF at this point.
Wouldn't be super high.
It shouldn't be super high, no. But all the other targets that Rumble has to chew through first, outside of just the equalizer.
Yeah, and look, if Chovy's job is to kill Tarzan every fight, then a Morellonomicon is a good idea, because Subjugate does give you a lot of health, as does King's Tribute, as here's the on-horn. They get the knock-up. It lands onto Keria, who keeps himself alive for a very long time. Wish comes down, Viper grabs the first kill of the fight. There's now Iroh trying to get out of there. The equalizer is going to come in, but doesn't get a lot of value. As now Pyoshik looking for Sword. Moonlight Vigil comes in, and Def grabs the kill on the Victor before he can really do anything in this fight. The Ornn goes down as an afterthought as well, as Tarzan runs away, trying to suck the life force out of Pyoshik, but he's not going to be able to, because Doran's there with so many heals. And now the Cloud Soul will be gathered by DRX.
It's a nice little pickup for them. Obviously, super valuable on the Olaf, as well as, I guess, the Rumble, but obviously Thresh, if he's casting the box, he probably is standing stationary anyway for his auto attacks that follow, or a Flay. Soraka,
I mean, repositioning for a Flay is always a thing, right? Movement speed's never a bad thing. However, you're not going to get maximum value like a lot of the Griffin champions would.
Tarzan does have Smite available.
Yeah, this is going to be a 50-50. Look for the turn from DRX.
Keria gonna eat the Blast Cone.
Oh no, Keria does actually make it back in, and all the heals are just disgusting. It is going to be secured by Pyoshik, no worries at all. Deft grabs the kill on the Trundle at the same time. 6-2 is now the kill score. Baron in the hand of DRX alongside the Cloud Soul, and they have a 7,000 gold lead. This is about all she wrote.
Yeah, Keria just getting caught between two pillars. Sort of like between two ferns, but
some rocks in a hard place, I
Doran
guess.
running away to the backline. Eventually, as he repositions, and then Pyoshik just decided that after Def tagged him, he was going in on the mark target. No pun intended right there. As they pick up the Cloud Soul, they follow that up with the Baron. And really, they're so far ahead inside of this game. It's going to be really difficult for Griffin to come back.
Wow, that was actually very close.
Yeah.
It had to be blind. They did focus on the minion, on the wards first, so that timing from Tarzan was, whoa, pretty impressive, to be perfectly honest. Missed it by half a second. The Forbidden Book has been completed. Chovy has the plans, ready to take them back to his rebel leaders in order to stop the Ornpire.
Well, let's see what does end up happening. Now, Chovy, with the Morello, MF does have 37 magic resistance. So the cutoff where Void gives more pen than Oblivion Orb and Morello is 38.
Yep. So we're, you know, it's still
pretty
theoretically
similar.
okay.
Yeah. He's actually dealing slightly more damage to MF with the Morello completed.
And
but everyone
Viper
else in the
does
game
have Lifeline, you know, he's also denying that.
He is denying that.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't know whether I'd necessarily like it in this game. 350 CS for both of our 80 carries so far. Gigantic farming numbers as we zoom out and get the bigger picture, as DRX haven't necessarily been able to utilize this Baron all that well. We still have 1 minute left remaining on this one, as it's the top siege that's going to come in. Yukal with an engage opportunity if he'd like to call in the Ram, but it doesn't look like they want to do so. Koshik just runs super damn fast as soon as he presses R. Tarzan can, of course, capitalize on the lowered resistances, all that sort of stuff. I understand that's why Olaf does like to be picked, why the Trundle likes to be picked into the Olaf, but when you get healed up a bajillion times every fight, I don't think subjugation is necessarily going to be enough. So now DRX sieging, holding onto this siege minion as well, so they don't necessarily even need to be in auto range, and they are just war of attrition, breaking open the base of Griffin. Lantern going to be taken, that gets the Olaf out of there, reset comes forward. Pyoshik actually has to get out of there, because there's the depth charge. In fact, invests the Ragnarok, but with the amount of CDR that Pyoshik has, he's probably going to have that one up by the time he gets back past the river. As Equalizer comes in just to make sure that this wave keeps pushing.
Does look like this game is going to go the distance to Elder Dragon. And that's the one hope, really, that Griffin can try to have to come back into this game.
Ooh, Chody's delaying his Void Staff just a little bit longer in order to get himself a Zhonya's Hourglass by the looks of things. Tarzan gets some permanent vision here in the river, or at least irremovable vision in the form of that Rift Scuttler. That might be helpful, as it does last a little bit longer than a minute and a half, I believe. Unless it's exactly a minute and a half. Don't quite have my timestamps remembered.
I'm only a content creator, caster, coach, so...
Yeah, you don't necessarily know
me.
that
Yeah.
the Rift Scuttle numbers. We should talk to Thomas about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows.
That would be a thing, yeah.
His cousin over here. As we're just clearing out vision. We're trying to get this game to a point where Dragon X can comfortably take the Elder Drake if you are on the blue side of the Rift, whereas Griffin trying to find any sort of way in to challenge, because giving away the Elder Drake is basically the same as losing the game. You can see Dragon X don't even want to let them anywhere near. Super Creeps moving towards the top side as well. As you can see, a couple of them up there, so they will spot, and Sword will have to go up there and clear those out. He has teleport advantage in this lane. Of course, you don't take the teleport as the Soraka. And Dragon X just going to siege this inner turret, as they know that there are 3 members mid and 1 top, and will be able to take this one down themselves. 20 seconds now until that Elder Drake. Griffin know that they can lose an inner turret, but they really don't want to lose.
This is all just a lot of posturing. Dragon X trying to just capture all of the vision around the right-hand side. And making sure that they could just start. I mean, they could actually just have Pyoshik start it while the other 4 play for vision and eventually fall back into Pyoshik. He has that lifesteal. It's not like he would be taking enormous amounts of damage, but Griffin actually managing to repel Dragon X back just a little bit.
Yep. Back towards their outer turret that hasn't yet been taken, as you can see. It's a much smaller base on Griffin's side. These waves are going to be equalized. The Elder Dragon has a respawn. Yukal not wanting to wait. Will throw out the ram. Gets the knock up onto the Olaf, but maybe it's not the target that they really wanted. He's pretty durable, and he does have a pocket Soraka there as well. And
oh,
now,
2
double
supers.
Yeah, this should be a dead Nexus start unless they can get back. And Dragon X, they correctly put Griffin into the impossible position, which is just great macro play, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. And also the ornaments, they have a Luden's Pulse on Victor. Not one of the best ornaments that you can get.
They don't have one on Tarzan.
They don't have one on Tarzan. They don't have one on Irove, and it's a bit of a tragedy when you have an Ornn and you just don't build any of his items.
Yeah, he wants to press that fun button.
No,
you know?
The really cool thing is that Trundle Subjugate deals magic damage, not physical. And you have a Victor, an Ornn, and a Nautilus on your team. He could have built Abyssal Mask to get that ornament upgrade. It's a lesser common thing for people to think about, but in this spot, I think it would have been absolutely fantastic. Definitely better than whatever thing he's going for with
I mean, the
Kindle
burn on the Cinderhawk also does matter.
Ah, yes.
Think about the
Warmogs.
There you go.
Is what is very important here, yes.
Yes, because you then need to upgrade the Warmogs with the Ornn
Atlas, get your wine glass ready. You
Yes?
need the Warmogs
I'm
for the
swilling.
hard-on engage in which neither team backs off and postures so that you can make use of the passive.
Oh, yes. And you also need the Warmog so you can start Baron that you have no control over.
I understand
and
if you
then
don't
back away and then
really
start
get
it again
this.
like
yeah,
7 times.
That's why you're the play-by-play.
Well, look, I'm sorry.
What's your launch latitude? Up here on the desk, not on the stage now, isn't it?
Absolutely true.
Yeah, correct.
I'm quite glad. As Griffin, they're going to try and clear out waves, but there's now no longer a Baron on the Rift or an Elder Drake on the Rift, and there's 10,000 extra gold in the back pockets of Dragon X, who have themselves a late game composition that does actually function very, very well, even if you are looking down at the Olaf and smirking a little bit.
Well, at this point, Rabadon's death cap apparently is going to be picked up by Sword. Not a Morello against the Soraka.
Well, I don't think now is the time to advocate for Morelos, okay?
There's probably never a better time.
No. I don't think that is going to get you to the ship and get the plans to safety. I just don't think that that's how that's going to work. DRX will take down the top inhibitor once again. I want to just respawn to now half the health bar on the bottom lane inhibitor turret. DRX really just want to take everything away from Griffin here. As Moonlight Vigil comes down, Sword absolutely eliminated. Just kills him in one round of spells. The double will come forward as now inhibitor turret is going to be the focus as Deft moves off to the side. He's got a pocket here though. Healer though. Triple kill for Deft as he flashes to try and gather his Quadra against his former comrade in UCal. Quadra kill for Deft, and that is a very dead Nexus. DRX with a statement game.
Well, definitely an extremely big stomp to open up this night. This final series, as it was a bit of a blowout.
Yeah, that was yeah, I think player of the game is a difficult one for me because all of the players on DRX played pretty damn well. I think Chovy's early aggression was definitely good, but I couldn't really give it to him because some of his later equalizers looked a little bit rushed and sloppy in some of those team fights. Yeah. I felt like Deft played extraordinarily well. I sometimes don't quite understand what Aphelios is doing, and so by that reasoning, I just give him the player of the game.
Well, hopefully in a couple more months, you will be able to finally understand his kid.
Well, I mean, years is probably what I'm gonna need.
You need to just go home and play him.
I mean, I've played him. Have you played him?
No, I don't play AD carry.
All right. Well,
I play every role but AD carry.
You don't have to play him in AD carry. Is it just because he doesn't jungle?
That's true. No, I actually haven't.
You do start with Severum. You could just onslaught the jungle.
Well,
yeah.
That was game number 1. Game number 2 is gonna have a lot in store for us because it's gonna mean that now DRX are gonna be the ones blinding or having counter pick available on everything. And this game was so rough for Griffin. Tarzan couldn't do anything due to the dynamics of what was happening in every single lane. He had a top laner that the matchup isn't that bad. Obviously, the top lane dynamic makes it a little bit more difficult if Rumble can get a lead for some reason and start dogging you down, which Chovy was able to do.
He was.
But bot lane got blown open
passively,
really early on.
Like nothing
was
actually
even
happened necessarily.
Deft still with massive CS leads, and all the objective control just went the side of DRX.
Yeah.
And
this was an example that looked, to be honest, and I don't mean any shade here, but it looked quite similar to the kind of skill gap that we saw in our first series of the night. And that one was most definitely a speed run, thanks to Gen.G over APK. But guys, we still have one more game, one more opportunity for Griffin to show us what they have against so many former teammates. There is so much on the line. We'll see you back after the break for game 2.
이거 빅토르 걸었고 빅토르 걸었어. 빅토르 잡았고.
오마.
됐죠?
트런드 미프.
펜타 뺏었네.
개꿀. 야 괜찮았냐? 괜찮아?
로치 때 들어오세요. 로치.
형 드롭방 만들어놨어요. 형 카밀 저 아트.
카메라 뜨고도 나 초보긴 한데
딴 거 해도 돼요 그럼.
그냥 해볼게. 강하게 갈게. 강하게.
오케이.
카메 Q평이 빨라. 아트 죽장이 빨라.
Q평 하면은 죽창들 씹힐걸요 웬만하면?
빠르다고? 아닌데?
내려볼게 그냥 최대 사거리야.
어디서 약을 팔아? 아 나 부페 하나 버렸네. 때려줘.
오 쉣.
멀리. 잡을게요. 오.
자신감 살려주네 다행이요.
살려줬어 한번. 다시 할까? 바꿔서?
그래 볼까요?
선수분들 이제 세트 시간 45분까지라서 이제 나가주셔야 합니다.
저희 3분만 주시면 안 될까요? 야 나 알탭인데?
아 이 사람 뭐야?
알탭인데 때리네. 와 강이야.
예.
긴장했어 혹시?
아 상대가 상대다 보니까.
오늘 리본전이어서 저 나가주네.
오케이.
주지.
이 세상에 하나밖에 둘도 없는 줄리 긴자 멘탈 잡아.
나 이렇게 멘탈이 나간 거 아닌데.
뭔가 좀 멍해 보이는데?
야 모르겠다.
이번에 몇 데스를 꼽을지 몰라.
야
괜찮아.
너도 할 수 있어.
나
이거 세트 거 천천히 해봐 이거.
나 쭉 갈게. 나 못 가.
내가 믹퍼는 가겠다.
나 간다 얘들아 살려줘.
미드 밀어.
아 레드 성준이 형이 먹어라.
나 벌레다.
먹어 형. 형 아니야
이거
지운데.
형 뒤에서 공만 써도 괜찮았던 이거 미포.
아이고 빠졌다.
나이스 좋아.
빠질게.
빼면 다 뺄거부터.
오케이.
하나 놔주고 나한테. 에어본.
세트.
아니야 가볼게.
가볼만해?
뭐야 누가 깼어 이거? 야 여기 미포.
칼리 노플. 나이스.
야 빼나게.
펜타키.
나이스.
이거지.
야 누가 저거 깼어?
내가
안
깨버렸어. 내가 보낼 뻔했어.
아 누가 깼어 이거? 형 욕하면 안 돼.
아 그래? 미안해.
지지.
예.
와 뱀픽 너무 재밌겠다.
아 근데 이거 트린 좀 느낌 있다.
야 왔다.
그냥 트레 할까요?
해.
알겠습니다.
하자.
아 바꿔. 가자. 저희 팀 진짜 제일 미친 팀인 거 확실해요. 저번에 파밍 좀 하다가 나중에 뭉티는 타이밍이 좀 세질 듯?
아 좋은 거 같아. 빼. 나 좋은 거 같다. 가비.
뭉티는 타이밍이 좀 세질 듯? 오른쪽 셔플? 아 죽었다.
가비.
괜찮아. 가비.
이거 트리는 계속 힘 좀 키워줘요.
나 계속 열심히 커볼게. 계속 커볼게.
버티면서 해볼게. 빼.
파이크 로플. 안돼. 살려줘. 살아라. 올라프 로플.
살아줘 제발.
살아줘. 아이고. 망했다. 내 칼 박히지가 않아요. 근데 여기 다 도구들밖에 어쩔 수 없어. 도구들밖에 없어요. 야 잡았다.
나이스.
미안. 가비.
아유.
아유 바텀 차이.
That was Griffin versus DRX, game number 1. The game that everyone has been waiting for. The real deal. So what is? Orn versus Aphelios, what's your choice? Oh, this is a tough one. Well, for now, I gotta say Aphelios because today, I mean, I've never seen Orn so weak as today's game. I mean, it was a very typical strong team versus weak team series. So strong team just do their role perfectly, snowball throughout the game, and the weaker team just lose doing nothing. So this game followed the typical storyline. Orn really is a strong champion pick in terms of opening fights. However, Griffin did not make their best decision in terms of opening fights and fighting during the team fights. I mean, they were thinking like they gotta fight, but they weren't really good at engaging with all the ability they got. And it seemed like they didn't have much confidence to go in. Even though a lot of people were so hyped about this match, players shouldn't be too affected by the outside factors of the game. First, we want to highlight how Keria and Deft plays around the vision so well. Especially the way Keria plays the mind game around the vision is on point. So Keria stays outside of the red side's vision, but at the same time, he stays close enough to save Daft when he gets hooked. But everything was just done outside of Griffin's vision, so Griffin had the pressure of roam or potential turret dive and everything, so they were forced to stay behind. So Keria, after placing a ward, he roamed to the mid lane with that sweeper. Even though Orn went in to take down Doran, Keria's perfect backup turned the fight around. That was the perfect timing for Thresh to save his opponent and also pick up kill. 3 versus 3 and 3 versus 4 is a whole different fight, so Keria just simply with that smart play outnumbered the opponent. At the same time, Griffin kind of wasted their ward, placing where the opponent to expect where the ward would be. So Griffin made some of the mistakes in terms of their decisions. Maybe it's because of their mentality or all the pressure coming outside of the game. So everything affected today's game results, and we want to take a look at another highlight. At the 25-minute mark, this was the perfect chance for Griffin to turn the game around because DRX players were standing on the ward. They had all the information that DRX is trying to make a bait play. But even though they got all the information, they did not play it well. It seemed like Griffin players were a bit hesitating to make an attempt to open fights. So, despite all the advantage that Griffin had with that vision, actually DRX players just won that fight. So after missing that opportunity to turn the game around, Griffin was not able to come back online. Well, maybe it can come down to the mechanical difference or the performance level difference, but this time, well, it was more about their decision issue that actually decided the result of the game. We have a little bit of spoiler on the screen. So Rumble, Chovy picked up a POG. 600 POC points so far. LCK fans must have been waiting for the Doran versus Sword matchup on the top side, but this time around it was Chovy, the rookie top laner, going up to the top side of the map. And he also picked up a solo kill.
상황에서 정당하게 활용하는 건 실력인 거잖아요.
실력이죠.
네.
We can say DRX was really smart in terms of their tactics as well. Putting Chovy with Rumble on the top side and Doran Soraka rotating to the mid lane. Chovy picked up 7 votes out of 9. So one of our English casters voted for the bot lane and Observer as well. So one of the things actually top Chovy mid Doran is more viable since it looks so consistent in game number 1. So DRX maybe could think of role swapping for some games. Griffin, well, picking this champion that have a huge teamfight ability, huge engage is important, but at the same time, they also boost their confidence to come back online and make a great match in game number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Look, I didn't quite get it correct this time around. LS is extraordinarily chuffed.
All right, you know what?
But I thought, Deft still had a very good game. And
he did.
Maybe I was biased because I'd watched the second half of it more recently than the first half.
Against Trainer Red or Chobizard.
Well, I mean, that does seem to be a thing. As we are back into the ban and pick, no subs or anything like that. As Griffin will be on our blue side, so the potential for a first pick on is going to be there. As DRX, they ban the Aphelios on their side. Seems to be their idea that trading Aphelios for on is worthwhile. And when you've got a Deft on your team, I guess it would make some sense, as Olaf is going to be the second ban on blue.
Bans continue to be extremely bewildering. DRX now finally, though, on the red side, with the very standardized bans as heavy jungler focus this time around.
Elise is an odd final ban for Griffin, as DRX thinking about whether or not to ban away something like a Soraka or a Set in this instance. I think Soraka would be a safe one. We'll see where they do decide to go. 7 seconds to go as Azir is taken off the board.
Well, let's take a look at what's going to end up happening for the B1. It will be the Senna.
All right.
Now, DRX, they might just respond Ezreal Yuumi.
They could. They could also lock in some sort of pike lane as well, expecting the Tahm Kench to come out here from Griffin. See what they want to do, whether they want to fight fire with fire or not. But I like the center as the first pick option here. As DRX thinking about Set. Soraka's still available, but they still lock in the Set regardless. They could do both if they would like to.
And this is definitely a bit surprising to see Soraka just passed up as Varus is going to be picked up.
Deft opting for raw damage.
Now, the Varus is able to be flexed.
True.
We've seen it once in the LCK. It was UCal on the Neo version of Varus, where you take lethal tempo, but you go only lethality items and only poke unless they jump on you.
In which
then
case
you have
you'll
attack
have
speed.
the extra attack speed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, definitely a lot of value there. Sword taking Aatrox into Set. Now, Set is able to be flexed. So, if Chovy would want to pick up Set in mid, they could Soraka this Aatrox. And there's Yuumi.
Yeah, they could
Not
also...
with Ezreal, though.
They could also just Yuumi if they would like to. Does certainly turn Varus into an extraordinarily dangerous champion if he ever gets ahead, because just the raw damage output of a Varus, if you utilize his rotation effectively, is a lot higher than a lot of other bot lane AD carries. So Deft will be very, very strong in this lane. And 2-item spike, similar to what we talk about with an Ezreal. Once you get the Blade of the Ruin King and the Rage Blade, you are most certainly online in that mid game. Zach is banned. Interesting. One of Tarzan's old favorites, and one of your favorites. Saw you playing that one in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Bit of a
and
Zach
support.
savant, yeah.
Zach is able to be quadriflex
Beautiful.
right now. Mid-top, jungle, and support. And also another one of the champions that can be evolved with Senna.
True.
So maybe not something we're probably ever going to see from the LCK, but maybe Europe or NA.
Yep. Well, Dragon X, their final ban opportunity is here, as jungle could be looked at for this squad, and the Jarvan will be banned away. Remember, Lee Sin was banned in the first round in the last game, so you might imagine that Griffin will look to ban the Lee Sin here. Rek'Sai is still available, still certainly enough junglers here, as they did put a lot of emphasis on Renekton, did Griffin.
And what is going to be the final ban in Italy?
And Pyosik is a Kindred one-trick, not a Nidalee one-trick. That's cuz.
Yeah, I think that's definitely just mixed up the name.
That's the former Dragon X jungle.
Yeah.
Whoopsies, we got the name wrong.
Prep was a little bit off.
Yeah.
As, oh, it might be set into mid. Kennen being locked in now for Dragon X. And if you're going to do this, why didn't you just take Soraka when you already have the Yuumi? Especially because the silence ruins Aatrox.
Maybe assuming that Yuumi will be enough healing for the team. Something like that. Not entirely sure, but I do certainly see your point. The Kennen is an odd one, certainly is an old favorite counter matchup into the Aatrox, as Lee Sin that we were talking about before will be locked in to confirm the sinful nature of the Griffin draft. The final pick, looking at the mid lane, Syndra an option here still. They would like to go towards it, certainly would be the cookie cutter option, but UCal has deep pockets in the mid lane.
As
the deep pockets thing was a side.
Syndra is a very good champion against Set. Now, is this where we see a pivot? Does Set go into the jungle in order to give DRX a really strong matchup in mid?
That would be super cool if Pyosik does do that.
Now, jungle is Set's weakest role. Generally, the champion, he wants base levels. Obviously, he also has a lot of need to get items.
Yep, but also does synergize very well with Sejuani and her passive that she offers. Similar to that of, you know, something like Aurelia that we talk about in the past. So you can understand why the Sejuani is locked in, and that will be your team composition this time around.
Ooh. Oh, wait. Will we see Set Yuumi and then Varus in mid lane? But Syndra counters both, so highly doubt that's what's going to happen. 3 seconds, though, remaining.
Let's see. Taking Deft off Varus certainly seems like a bad idea to me. I think that this is probably the way they want to run it. Kennen could also be in the mid lane if they would like to.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
that's an old school thing, and we did see it tried once last year, and it straight up didn't work in any way, shape, or form. As this is going to be your pretty sinful but very standard. I think the same one that Sandbox ran in their only game win of this week.
Yeah,
I believe up against Damwon, if memory serves.
The Senna Tom is going to be really interesting to see if Dragon X can actually overcome it.
Yeah.
Because it is extremely oppressive. Yuumi, Varus, Set, Sejuani, and Kennen for Dragon X. Definitely an enormous amount of mid-game fighting potential as well as first core item.
Yep.
But
their teamfight wombo combo is also insane.
I'm just very curious about how mid is going to pan out here. Chovy running Ghost on Set, not going to be the teleport. That'll actually give him a lot more.
Ghost and Fleet Footwork.
Yeah. Fleet Footwork obviously to try to sustain against the Syndra.
Yeah.
And UCal running
And
Cleanse.
Deft is doing the dirty.
Deft is going lethality.
He is going lethality.
All right, well, that does change things up a little bit. Now, lethality is a bit bizarre given that the Senna is able to heal so much.
Yeah.
Gathering Storm, definitely not sinning. Boots and Biscuits going to be picked up as well.
And foregoing any of the attack speed as well as far as the rune choice, he is all in on the lethality style. And we've seen Deft do this many times. He does have a very flexible playstyle on the Varus, and we always talk about lethality Varus as being one of those like 2 items and done type champions, because once you complete them and once you get through the early game,
he got a lot of
champions
help.
get too much armor.
Though, given that you can build more lethality items than when lethality Varus used to exist.
You didn't have to have just a serrated Dirk sitting there doing nothing. And also, the new and improved AD-style Banshee Veil is certainly a good one.
Yeah, the Edge of Night.
Edge of Night, yeah. Works out very, very well for a Varus, because you do want to be a caster that uses AD. As Doran misses one of those, but otherwise is going to be fine. Doesn't find the Q there onto Sword. It's the first time we're going to see Doran versus Sword in an early game laning phase.
Yeah, and a very fitting matchup here. The Kennen versus the Aatrox. As Kyria on Yuumi. Catfish versus actual cat.
We'll see whether the
demon versus spirit. Well, is Varus a demon? He is.
Yeah, well, he's
3
a demon
people.
and 2 dudes. So
yeah,
that's what Varus is.
I wonder if there's a word for that.
Yeah, I don't know what it would be.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. A chimera.
Oh, right. So you're going for something like that, like a griffin, which is a combination of 2 animals.
Yeah. Wait, is it a griffin? Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an eagle and a lion.
Yeah. Okay.
Generally. There's other ones like Minotaur, like you were talking about.
Oh yeah, Minotaur.
Or
yeah.
Chimera, depending on how you want to say
the word.
Isn't
Gnosis a Minotaur?
Yeah, I think he's got a Minotaur vibe, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Is that what they call them in like Egyptian culture? Because that's what he's a reference to. Right?
Oh no, he's a jackal.
A jackal?
Yeah, he's a jackal.
Okay.
Yeah. I think. I don't. You know what?
I know he's a doggo. That's what I know.
Okay, sure.
That's all I got. As Dragon X winning the laning phase, guys. It's no surprise to most of you. Chovy doing his Chovy thing, where he's just pretty good at keeping up in farm, even if he is in a counter matchup or anything like that. As Doran somehow just doesn't take damage from that final Q. Quite odd. Sword struggling right now, though. The cannon certainly working out for the most part so far. And Deft and Carrier are just putting on so much pressure down there. It will be difficult because as this game goes on, I mean, Griffin will just happily sit here and they will win the war of attrition.
Yeah.
Most likely.
And the other thing is, in the the lanes right now, Chovy is finding himself up with the CS advantage. Now Syndra is about to catch the end of this wave, so we'll see what it is at the end. But Doran already up 12 CS in top lane. And down here in bottom, Tom is, you know, he's collecting a lot. Not really sure what the soul count is currently on Senna.
Yep. Iroh taking a fair bit of damage, as you can see there. Remember, Deft does have healing reduction in his kit. Hail of Arrows, of course, does lower that healing by a pretty considerable amount, as Doran is going to break the chains. And the cheetah recall will come through from Deft and Carrier. I think this might be serrated Dirk timing, and it is. Deft picks that one up, and the earlier you can get that item, the more valuable it is going to be as the game goes on. Bit of a gentleman's agreement there towards the bottom side as the wave is going to equalize. Both teams are going to head on home. Chovy in here in the mid lane does get himself some extra movement speed there with the Q. It is mostly just farming things out, and man, surprising that Chovy is in such a good position here in this lane, but we'll see whether as he continues to push up, and as you can see, the wave is certainly moving towards the enemy turret. We might get the Eye of Tarzan on him.
And Mountain Dragon being the first one of the game is pretty important for Dragon X to pick up. Mostly because of the Varus going that lethality. Kennen obviously wants as much, or he wants to deny as much possible resistances that the enemy team can pick up for his big engage.
Yep.
And the Aatrox likely to end up building resistances. Tom Kench obviously builds quite a lot of it, so. And more so for Dragon X to deny it. As the longer that the game does end up going on, though.
Ooh, fair bit of damage there onto Viper, as you can see. Piercing Darkness did fly over. We're going to miss the snare as Deft and Carrier moving pretty well, as that is a back completion that comes down from Pyoshik, just ignoring the fact that the jungler did do a drive-by. Didn't want to go for a 3v3 by the looks of things. Pyoshik not feeling like he's quite strong enough.
And Chovy really just with the leg up inside of this lane. UCal's mana pool management not really going that well. Double Doran's ring with a Sapphire Crystal, still running And Chovy pulling the wave, getting a freeze as he runs over to the right-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like Rip
I think
Scuttle's
he
going to be
started
guaranteed there.
The dragon, although he's not taking damage, so okay, now he has. Now, Griffin knows about this, but pay attention to how Chovy pulled the minions down towards the river and then let them reset as the wave was coming in. So it denies UCal the entire incoming wave and lets Chovy return to a freeze to retain lane advantage while picking up the neutral objective with his jungler, giving his team a little bit of an edge. And just look at this lane kingdom.
Oh my goodness. Insane advantages almost everywhere, and we're talking about Chovy as an advantage because even though he's even right now in CS, he definitely should not be. As you can see, even Pyoshik on certainly a more of a scaling jungler is keeping up just fine with the Lee Sin, who is stealing his red buff. So good news for Griffin fans and for Tarzan, as Viper in a lot of trouble actually down here towards the bottom side. 200 health of damage remaining. They are going to go back. Tarzan moves into mid, but he's just transitioning towards the bottom side jungle. In fact, a lot of his camps still available as Chovy will get snared, doesn't find the Facebreaker. These minions are going to go wanting. He's just going to head back home and look for his Hex Drinker. Abyssal Voyage. It's a short one. Getting him back to lane.
Vampiric Scepter picked up with the Sork Pen Boots on Doran, gives him a bit of hybrid damage up there in top lane. And with Ocean Dragon being the second one of the game, it is a bit lackluster.
Yeah,
I think that
got a bit of a firestorm of our potential last two Drakes.
Everyone probably hoping for Infernal to come up. Executioners was picked up on Senna. So we're just trying to trade back against the Kennen.
Yeah, so interesting seeing Senna picking up Executioners when you want one against her too, actually, in a lot of cases. Sword going to miss that particular CS. Doran will move back into this lane. Still sitting on about a similar lead as to what he had earlier on in this game. Sword actually stabilizing relatively well here in this lane, having kept up at least in levels effectively. And Doran standing out of those Q ranges pretty nicely so far. Mid lane, once again, Set roaming towards the bottom side as his minion wave was in a position that he was happy to leave it in.
And Chovy, with those Merc Treads, has a lot of mobility over the Syndra. And don't forget the Ghost as well as the Flash. I'm really curious why perhaps they're not trying to set something up on UCal with the Ghost and Flash, given that Pyoshik has been 6 for a while now. Maybe I'm about to caster thrust it, not really
potentially.
So sure.
He's looking for the mid lane. Cleanse available for UCal. As Chovy can get the old
here
flashes.
it is.
Yeah, there's the Ghost, but Chovy just going to be running around for a little while. And nothing's really going to come of it. So slight waste of a summoner, but that is not the most important one.
They're tied into our headsets, Atlas.
Yeah, I think that's how it's working. We're being fed into the Korean players. Doran, yeah, he's just farming. We'll look for Bilgewater Cutlass into his Hextech Gunblade as his first item. And we'll see where he goes from there.
Another thing that I'm hopeful for is that Chovy does build the Trinity Force and not the Black Cleaver.
Oh, heck yeah. And with the fleet footwork, it would make a lot of sense as well.
Oh!
As there's the last chapter, and Yukal, oh, from downtown is Pyoshik, but it's a decent ultimate coming through from the center.
Oh, Tarzan!
Showstopper not going to work out as there. The Lee Sin grabbing that first blood. Tarzan with 100 health is able to walk away, and Griffin, although they're limping, they do pick up more money in the fight.
And you know what ended up happening there is DRX, I'm pretty sure, blanked on the cleanse with the added...
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, so that was a very surprising sequence of events, and it will be the Trinity Force for the set.
Thank goodness. So we have a look at this replay once again.
So they come in. Obviously, they lock up with the Yuumi
yes,
ultimate.
You're right. You're exactly right. He was trying to get that flash showstopper, but Yukal, because he had the extra tenacity, wasn't actually able to go down.
Well, definitely a bit debated as GLP 800 picked up for Syndra.
Yeah, he's got a Super Soaker already. I believe the aquatic skin was also taken. Oh,
yes.
It was. Angelic
Atlantean
in the item choices.
Syndra, I do believe, is considered advantageous by players.
Really?
Harder to see certain particles or something. Or maybe it's just inside of the river. I don't know. Let's watch as Syndra maybe casts a ball here.
Yeah, the orbs are a little bit, I guess, more difficult to see than some of the others. Don't know whether it's considered too advantageous, but you take any lead you can possibly get, I assume. Deft with his Ghost Blade already done. Magical Footwear has been applied. Varus with extra movement speed, always a good idea. As you can see, he's about 20 CS in the lead of his lane opponent. You can see that the similar story is true for Doran. Up towards topside.
Oh, Chovy might die.
Hit by the Super Soaker right now.
Oh.
The ultimate's going to miss from Pyoshik. He does find Tarzan there as Chovy gets the Haymaker off in time to get the shield. Pyoshik with his flash available. Not going to be taken just yet. Are you all right?
Tarzan with the Darth Vader move right there.
Mm-hmm.
Saving Luke.
Saving his son.
Yeah. He says, no, no, no.
Yep.
You need to live.
Carries him off to the edge of the abyss.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Wonder whether they can rebuild him. As Deft will take the Rift Scuttler. Pyoshik going to move on down here as well. Ocean Drake going to be started, and we'll find out what our soul is going to be this game after this does go down. As you can see, Tarzan in no position to stop this one as Facebreaker will clear out the minion wave. And it is going to be that Infernal Soul as Deft moving on down, has the ultimate at the ready in the hands of his little cat on a book. As the ultimate flies forward as well. It's a great layering of CC, but the Devour is going to play them there just a little bit. The flash showstopper comes in from Chovy, who gets the Haymaker onto the center. Pyoshik now in trouble, down to about 400, but Zoomies are going to be there.
Oh.
And Yukal's making his way in. The Q going to land onto Pyoshik.
They
Carrier
can't.
looking to block.
This is really big tempo swing as well. Shutting down Senna, making her just disappear from the lane. It stunts everything about the dynamic. Normally she's so stable and able to live for so long in bottom without ever really feeling any danger. Coming in here, they were trying to just crash a wave and get a recall off. Deft and Carrier locking them up. Pyoshik trying to lock up the Tom Kench, and just watch what Viper tries to do. He tries to flash out of the suplex from Chovy. Haymaker still able to finish him off, and you can just see Yukal a little bit late. Now, I'm curious if the Syndra QE glitch terrain thingy would have reached for a stun.
Maybe.
And then replay here. Yukal almost ended up dying.
And the back was stopped as well, so it actually means a lot even though the kill didn't go down. Deft able to give Chovy a little bit more time to get back on track in the mid lane. Giant Spelled actually augmenting the build of this set for the moment, making sure that that health bar is as large as possible.
Yeah, the Giant Spell is actually super interesting.
Just decided that he didn't really want a Sheen.
He did not.
Sometimes you don't.
That's Sheen at home.
Cooldown reduction is pretty good, I hear, for champions that don't have mana. I don't know. Oh, Pioshik's coming towards the top side. Bilgewater Cutlass going to be used. Flash immediately answered there by Doran as Pioshik is going to get underneath this turret, and he's very tanky. Good night, sword. Easy gank there for Miss Piggy and Pikachu. And they will push this lane up.
And DRX just slowly getting advantages all across the map. Yumu's completed down there for Deft. Has Executioners as well.
Carrier with a pretty nice weaving of the prowling projectile to make sure he could land it onto Viper there, as Pioshik going to start off Shirley, I believe, unless no one has taken a Herald so far this game. Maybe it is just Shell. Yeah, they backed away, didn't they? Tarzan looking for Chovy, gets the face breaker, Haymaker comes in as it is going to be Pioshik that locks down that one. Flash has to be utilized though, as Tarzan was thinking about following but decides not to. And another final chapter here towards the bottom side of the map as Viper just goes underwater and is going to be all right.
Oh, everyone missing.
Yeah. I like the idea. Trying to play around the Devour as Chovy. He's moving bot. He's flashing immediately to get into this one, and as Deft is going to be snared. The ultimate out from Viper, but the Dawning Shadow is not going to be enough as Irove trying to lick Deft to death. Tarzan trying to come down here as well, as we'll see whether Zoomies come in on time. There we go, Showstopper comes down, but Irove still had his stopwatch available as Deft trying to trade one back. They knew that someone had to die.
Yeah.
And the Yuumi is going to save herself this time around. Kind of waiting in the wings. I need to try and get some sort of kill, but
UCal,
have to flash in the end, just biting off more than he can chew.
The set very oppressive right now in this game. Chovy just
Giants
12.
belt, man. He's got this big belt on.
Yeah.
No one was expecting.
He needed the Giants belt so he didn't blow out his back when he lifted Tom.
Hey, that's it.
See?
That's it. And remember,
exactly
this is Sir Thomas as well. This is not Timothy Kenshin, who's a bit lighter. Like, you know, Sir Thomas is eating his fill. Absolutely. As this one was pretty easy. This one was a bit of a comedy of errors before it all started off.
Yeah, Chovy flashes over, gets onto Viper, who tries to live as long as he can. Deft making a huge mistake. Lost so much HP. And then at this point, he knows that he's dead. He knows UCal's coming. Tarzan on the left-hand side. And Rose let go of Jack right there.
Yeah.
As that ship was sinking. We are not going to it.
Unfortunately as well, it was another one of those cases of Courier on the Yuumi having turret aggro. So I had to get out of the way as there's the last chapter. Speaking of Yuumi, Devour going to come in there as Irove is doing his very best to survive, as Viper was able to make the Tahm Kench untargetable for that little moment. But remember, if you're devoured, the Tahm Kench doesn't move very fast anymore. Unfortunately, that was a nerf that did come in a little while ago. So a little bit like a stopwatch rather than any sort of real escape tool, as the first Infernal Drake going to go over to Dragon Axe. As Sword has the World Ender popped, now looking to try and fight back 1 versus 2. But I really love the mitigation of moving away from that slicing Maelstrom, and the kill is going to be delivered to the Aatrox. Good Abyssal Voyage there from Irove, understanding that there wasn't a flash on the cannon.
And now, Rift Herald being summoned down in bot lane. Obviously no plates available. Chovy gonna try to get away from this, gets stunned.
Yeah, doesn't have Ghost available just yet. Just ults himself. As Tarzan gonna get pulled back by the Facebreaker, has to kick defensively. As Chovy with his Trinity Force power spike, certainly demonstrating why we call it exactly that.
Set. It's really strong right now at this stage of the game.
Goshik coming on down here as Viper. Underwater again, trying to hide from all of this danger. Top lane out of turret is going to fall, but here's the dive. Good night, sweet Viper. That's what happens when you get an empowered Q to the face from Lethality Varus. It hurts, like a lot.
And now, Irove just wandering, looking for anything to do. Not gonna really find that much. And the nature of this team composition, when Senna falls this far behind, everything falls apart. You have an Aatrox that does nothing against the enemy team. He can't get onto Varus. Everyone else is already going to be hugging him, and he doesn't get any purpose out of it. I think Kennen is also even Well, taking a look at this replay, this is the teleport coming in, Sword running away from the lightning. Honestly, it's a little unfair, 2-on-1.
Yeah,
what
I know,
a tag
right?
team.
Yeah. That being said, it was actually well played by Sword to sort of bait the slicing maelstrom and then back away. Guaranteed that no 2v1 was available for the cannon. What the heck? That was over a third health.
Yeah.
Senna's pretty squishy.
Well.
Jeepers. 1 health.
Creepers.
And taken by Yuko. Yeah, what about them
Infernal
sneakers?
Soul is coming up in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
That is an extremely early soul, and you can bet your bottom dollar that DRX are probably going to be the ones that end up getting it.
They do have a lot more map control, especially towards the bottom side of the map. Taking that inner turret certainly was helpful in that regard. Still have to wait 2.5 minutes as Viper gets obliterated by yet another piercing arrow.
Now, the other thing about this right now is I really like that Deft built the Umbral Glaive second on Varus rather than a traditional Duskblade of Drakthar, as, hold on, they're trying to bully Doran here.
Yep, I've seen this one before, but now able to get the Slicing Maelstrom off. There's the Lightning Storm as well, and Doran, he's going to get flashed after Dawning Shadow comes in for a bit of extra damage, as Sword does lock down the kill onto the cannon. In the meantime, though, the outer turret in the mid lane is taken here by Dragon X. As the ultimate comes forward, oh, the last chapter's fantastic. The transition of the ultimate onto Yukal as well. As Pyoshik's still very tanky, able to tank a lot of damage. But Deft can't find the Q there, so Yukal will survive and walk away, but damn, it looked cool. Out of that Yuumi. And Viper, oh man, just chunked by everything right here. They're trying to get this turret to go down, but the Q is what is wanted. Not able to grab the kill onto the center. She was devoured in time by Iroh, but the inner turret is going to fall. It's 2 turrets in favor of Dragon X in that extended trade. As a kill and a turret, probably not as much gold going into the pockets of Griffin.
Doran just trying to push out this wave. He's a real non-factor in this game, though. Everything happening around him without really contributing all that much. Much like Ash's Pikachu. Only comes in when he's needed.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, somehow able to shoot electric attacks at an Onyx. My immersion was destroyed in that particular moment, as this was so good. It was before it was even taken down. Last chapter transitioned over to Yukal. Not able to get the CC, of course, because you need a couple of rounds of it before that one does come in. However, still a very fun engagement by the Yuumi. Carrier showing that he certainly does have that power as Deft takes down the blue buff for himself. Certainly very, very, very valuable on the lethality. Varus goes through mana extraordinarily quickly without a Mura mana.
Well,
okay,
Griffin
for some sort of engage. Yeah, ult comes down from Deft.
This is going to be a slaughter.
Well, Pyoshik is going to come in for the flank, but he misses the ult, yeah. Showstopper into the backline, the flash forward into the facebreaker from Chovy. They eliminate Tarzan very early in this fight. Deft was CC'd for a while as the flash out does happen, but Pyoshik is not going to survive for the minute, but there's the slicing maelstrom. Doran not quite finding the positioning there, and Sword turns it in the backline. Chovy surviving for a long time as Deft not actually able to find too many autos. Remember, he does mostly want to hit these spells. It's not the consistent damage that you'd normally expect. And that was a one fight for Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin did end up winning. Pyoshik whipping his ultimate was a...
Sword just leashed the Infernal Soul. I think that's what that was. Yeah.
Oh, teleport now coming in, though, from Sword. Oh!
Yeah, we are going to get the Infernal Soul. Iroh down to about half health as in goes Sword. Dawning Shadow lands. Deft is very, very dead. And Chovy is just going to walk away, but probably worth it, honestly, to lock down that Infernal Soul at 25 minutes.
Undoubtedly worth to get that Infernal Soul. Teleport coming in from Doran just to be in close proximity in case Griffin tried any funny stuff with Baron. And with that Infernal Drake, it's probably going to be really hard to lose future team fights.
Likely, but we'll see how Griffin are going to be able to play that one out, because they did manage to win the last one. Sword going down to about half health underneath the turret, but it is going to be taken brute force from Griffin, but are able to do it. They're now 2,000 gold behind. This one much closer than game number 1, as Deft is up again in 1 second's time. So we're trying to get over this wall. Will Umbral dash, as now Chovy is just racing after him. Chovy certainly wanted to kill Sword quite a few times, but he does the ring around. Cue the Yakety Sax, everyone, as Sword is able to just juke his way to safety.
And Griffin, it's pretty hard to imagine a world where they can come back in this game. Obviously, it would be off the back end of probably a pickoff via Tarzan and UCal. But just really hard to imagine, given most of the targets they would be likely to pick off, not really to be in a position to where that should be feasible, as Sword honestly had such a good wake up here. Kyoshik just going way too far forward, didn't have the damage. Chovy not getting the kind of value out of that haymaker that he would have liked had he held on to it. Could have been a little bit more valuable. Sword getting more kills inside of this fight, but then eventually leashed the Infernal, which allowed Deft.
The problem with that fight was that Doran really wanted to kill Sword and then let 3 people survive that he could have hit with his ultimate instead of actually, you know, hitting with his ultimate.
Yes.
It's not so good. Maybe a little bit of emotion playing a part in this particular matchup. But Infernal Soul is a huge deal. Getting an Elder Drake this early is also pretty crazy. It will be ticking over at about 30 minutes. Zyro possibly in trouble. Doran lightning rushing towards him. Slows coming in. You can see all of these Infernal Souls proccing on the Tahm Kench, but he's very strong. Remember, has a lot of farm, a lot of money.
Yeah.
For a support, so he's going to survive, down to half health, but doesn't really matter. He's got a lot of sustain around him.
And
one of the problems with this Dragon X composition is that they don't necessarily have a lot of Baron damage. Like, their Baron DPS isn't super high, given Deft leaning towards the lethality style rather than just the raw DPS that you'd have.
Yeah.
That's an Abyssal Voyage, though, as Irove's going to deliver Tarzan to the mid lane. Looks like they do want this fight, though, on the side of Dragon X. Irove going down very low as Doran's looking for a flanking opportunity. Last chapter comes in, but UCal is going to be able to cleanse to get out of it. Now Irove is just getting chased, but Dove gets the Devour onto Sword. He has the World Ender, as now Chovy trying to find a target for that showstopper. He gets on top of the Tahm Kench, bonks their heads together as Sword is going to go golden, but he's not going to survive this time. UCal, half their health bar, a lot of damage available, but Pyoshik, he's very tanky right now, even had the zoomies on top of him. And Sword is the only one to die, but Dragon X still feeling good about claiming control of this map. All right, maybe trying to find another fight here. Griffin.
Oh,
as in goes Tarzan. The Arctic Assault was fantastic to interrupt. And now Teleport going to be used to come back into this fight. Iroh back on in once again with a full health bar. And he's got his Gargoyle Stone Plate as well. It's very, very, very tanky Tahm Kench.
Even after killing Sword, their immediate response, a bit suboptimal. They dance around for a little bit, no attempt to really try to get Baron. This means Elder's going to be coming up, so if Dragon X botch a team fight and lose the Elder, it is a bit of a scary situation. It's going to depend on the minion waves. As let's take a look at this team fight one more time. Kyoshik putting it in as application for the Patriots with that field goal, as just whips on everything. Chovy finally manages to salvage this, though. He picks up the Catfish, claps his face together with the Darken. Sword eventually brought down, and then immediately after this, they dance around in posture for quite a while longer.
Yeah, and a bit of an attempted re-engage there from Tarzan, but was interrupted on his way back forward. Sword going to respawn and shoves out this top wave, as you can see. As this game goes on, Deft is going to be less and less valuable in comparison to that of the Senna, whose scales basically as long as you want. But they don't, neither team necessarily has that quintessential, crit-based AD carry that's really going to thrive in a late game scenario. So working out exactly where the scaling is an interesting prospect. What I want to see, though, is for Doran to actually go for these flanks. You saw him, he had a flanking opportunity and then decided to go the safe way around. I want to see him try and get into that back line and really try and make things work, as now Sword is dead,
Sword
guys.
caught out.
Yeah, the Abyssal
Trying
Voyage
to
is
make
going
it.
to come in, but yeah, no Infernal Chains are going to save you from that one. Skirmishing is snared, but he's not too worried. Chovy with the Haymaker, tanking a lot of damage here as Viper gets most of his health bar removed from 1Q. And that is going to mean the base is broken here on the bottom side. The Baron inhibitor, as our good friend Froskerin would say, is going to be taken. The set is going to grab that last hit. Now Tarzan desperately trying to find any opportunity to dissuade DragonX from just walking towards Baron and winning the game.
And so can they find their way to the Elder Dragon?
Oh, Elder is live as well. Oh my goodness. Not used to focusing on it. And there's the route, the Glacial Prison.
Oh,
lands onto
this is it.
Irover's Viper. Gets obliterated by the showstopper Doran. Gets Viper to flash out of the fight. No more of that damage is going to be available. And now Yukal taken as well. DragonX flashing after targets left, right, and center. Irove going to be the next one. Permafrost is going to come down, but Sword has just respawned. Can he actually do anything here in this moment? But no, Deft is so safe in that back line. And the teleport through from Doran here as well. I mean, it looks to me like DragonX, they just want to win right now.
Yeah, they really do. DragonX, they have the minion wave, they have the super minion. Yukal is the real key component that would help them hang on here. Viper is just tickling them.
Yeah, Carrier also just dancing around this fight as well on this Yuumi. Sword has to flash to get back towards his fountain. Double stopwatches utilized as Sword. That's not going to help defend your Nexus, my friend, and the 2-0 will come through for DragonX. As you can see, that is a very happy CVMAX on your screen right there. Deft and Carrier having a pretty incredible day, to be honest. On the bottom side of the map, a lot of congratulations there from CVMAX as well. But damn, our friend Chovy was not greeted by his doppelganger in Choki today.
Yeah, Choki,
Chovy was in fact there the whole time.
Every time he tries to come in. So Riot doing a fantastic job with the security here.
I think what Choki might have coronavirus, so it trips all the senses on his way in. And so of course Choki not allowed. Chovy, however, temperatures perfect.
Oh no.
No worries there at all. And damn, did he have a good performance. Carrier as well. I mean, his Yuumi looked brilliant this game. But some of those showstoppers into the backline, some of the flashes that worked out oh so well, and surviving a lane against a Syndra, even on CS as set, is just honestly
he was beating Yukal. Syndra versus Set. His itemization was really good as well. The Giant Spell, I'm a little curious what the reasoning was at that specific moment.
He might have calculated a Syndra combo to try and make sure that he didn't die to a combo or something.
Well, Syndra can't lethal him from full.
He has Haymaker, right? So you see the ult coming at you and you press Haymaker and generally you should be fine.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising. Overall, I gave my MVP again to Chovy.
Me too. I'm not going to be made a fool of again.
I don't think that you can give it to Pioshik because he missed way too many ultimates.
Yep, I think there is an argument for Carrier.
There's an argument for Carrier. I think the only other argument is Carrier, but so many things that Carrier was a part of was actually initiated and started by Chovy.
That's the thing, because Chovy's the pilot of Carrier's ship in most of those instances. So giving Yuumi player of the game is a very perplexing
The captain.
thing. Yeah. Yeah, he's the captain of the ship.
Captain, not the pilot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does that mean that DragonX
are
at the ship? I mean, we
they
are going to the ship, remember? I have to buy you a ticket because you won the bet.
Yeah, that is true,
so
right, yeah.
Be going to the ship relatively soon.
Yes.
And I've also got the book with the plans, and so now I can take them on the ship in order to
What do you have?
The book.
Oh.
You put it in. What is it? How are you supposed to catch anything from a book? You know?
Yeah.
I think you are very scared of books, LS. That's what I
Sure.
We've
still
got a few screens to go through first, okay? You can do your weird I'm gonna leave thing later. Because we need to work out what this has done for the standings. Means that our DragonX are certainly solidified in that third place right now. As Chovy, you can see what he was trying to do there. It wasn't quite enough. And Griffin certainly put up far more of a fight than they did in game number 1, but it still was one of those things where it felt a little bit inevitable.
Yeah, that is...
I think Carry is going to get player of the game.
You think so?
I think so.
Great.
I think I may have... I think I should.
You might have jinxed it, and I really hope that you didn't, because Chovy just did so much, saving so many team fights. Face breakers on point, superplexes, flashing walls. Come on.
He did
what
certainly,
is not to like?
He did certainly just flash a wall and run at Viper and kill him. That did definitely happen while Deft was busy getting killed by a very strong Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench certainly a different beast these days, as Chovy will be first place by himself if he wins here today.
Yeah.
In this particular game, already picked up the MVP or the player of the game for the first one.
This was a bit of a weird interaction. Iroh had his Deadman's plate fully stacked as he came out of that. So, bit surprising. This was the team fight, I believe, that almost brought Griffin back in. Chovy just doing so much. Tarzan being brought down immediately. Pioshik just going way too far in on Swordy and no damage whatsoever. No business doing that either.
Yeah, a very weird engagement from Doran. Seeing here, baited by wanting to kill his former shared top laner on Griffin, instead of trying to finish off the kill onto Viper or killing Yukal or killing Iroh or doing any of those things. It would have been a little bit better. As that was a showstopper right into the back line there from Chovy. It did look like the Phalanx was set up for Griffin in this particular moment, but this is honestly where the game all fell apart.
And Sword was
here
down.
it was over.
So, they're just talking with each other at this point, not about...
What are we going to get for dinner later?
오케이.
타워부터? 타워. 나 그냥 뒤에서 만년설이나 쓸게. 나 죽겠다. 캐터 왜 할까? 너가 내 캐터가 되라. 잠깐만 나 타워만 내가 할게. 이거 끊었다. 다 끝났어. 아 넥서스. 아 죽여. 얌전히 있어. 내 얌전히 있어. 아 죽여. 나이스.
Deft definitely all business, but he did do double his lane opponent's damage, which isn't too bad.
He did.
Varus certainly working out this game.
Did a lot of damage, but he was also the only champion that could reliably do it all the time.
I mean, he's Varus.
Yeah.
Lethality Varus always destroys damage grabs.
Yes.
If you want to be top of the meters at the end of your game, just play this.
Teemo.
Yeah, Teemo works as well.
Teemo is very good.
And stay away
Teemo's
from
a
your
good champion.
teammates.
Lots of skins.
Yeah, lots of skins. The Beemo is absolutely adorable.
I love Teemo.
I like Super Teemo.
I love Satan Teemo.
Yeah, Satan Teemo certainly does suit it, doesn't it? Did you
Actually, Beemo's the cutest.
Beemo is very
Beemo
cute.
is cuddly.
Yeah.
Beemo might even bring you honey, which helps for casting.
Hey, that's true. Honey, hot water, bitter lemon, you know, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
True.
But what also wasn't bad was the timing of today's matches. It certainly was a pretty quick time here. 2-0, 2-0. We don't get that very often. It is going to be Carrier. I was a little bit worried that it might go to someone other than Carrier or Chovy, but I'm absolutely fine with Carrier picking this one up. Some of his last chapters were amazing, and we really haven't had a Yuumi player that was really up at Lehenz's caliber until now.
Yeah. And we have found out that Chovy missed it by 2 votes.
Yep, 2 votes.
We had 3 votes in mid. 2 of them are us.
And one person tried to give it to Deft.
Yeah.
Which is perfect, because you always need someone trying to give it to Deft. At every point, okay? That has to happen. It was Jonah Strong, of course, one of our observers.
Well.
He's my boy. Actually, I think Jonah Strong was one of the Chovy voters from back in the day, so he's redeeming himself now.
Okay.
With the vote for Deft. That's able to throw that one back. Huge shout out to Jonah Strong, our observers, certainly some of the best in the business here in the LCK. And guess what? The next piece of LCK content that you guys can get your hands on is the Pog State, which is coming up very soon. We have a little bit of a tease We've got some real, like, it's boomer material. It's real good. Some good stuff, but we have some good chats there as well. So let's have a look at the standings. DRX are going to solidify themselves in third place, as we mentioned before, 6-2. Now on their scoreline, hot on the heels of Gen.G and T1. Afrika trailing just behind, and Damwon are a match ahead of KT, as the left-hand side of the bracket certainly looking like they are streaking away from the right-hand side, as we've got 3-5, 3-5, 2-6, 2-6, and 1-7. Some struggling teams here in the LCK for this season. Let's have a look at what we're in for next week.
So this next upcoming week has a lot of value on the bottom standing teams right now. Griffin is going to go up against KT. APK
well, DRX Damwon is also
KT
huge
as well.
for the standings as well.
Yes, DRX Damwon is massive. Hanwha Life versus APK, really big match for Hanwha Life to try to edge them closer to moving onto the west side of the bracket.
And Afrika can play big spoiler against T1 as well. And looking at Sandbox's form, it's likely that Gen.G wins that match, and then T1 will have to compete for exactly the same scoreline or better than Gen.G in order to reclaim that top spot, because they are so close in the standings right now.
And a bit of a juggernaut matchup there with Gen.G versus DRX.
Yeah.
On Saturday.
That's a big one, because we are going to be, of course, resetting. We're going to be running around this round robin one more time, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen, because I really feel like as the weeks have moved on, we have shaken out sort of the better teams from this huge change that we had from 2019 to 2020. There were so many questions.
Well, we're getting a lot of questions answered.
Yeah.
And I am just curious to see what the top of the standings are going to shake up within the next couple of weeks, because there's still a lot of questions there.
Yeah. Just questions, questions, questions.
Yeah.
Questions that need answering. And I'll leave you with that Gandalf quote, as we will see you back here again on Wednesday.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in the dark, I'd see. You've always believed and have faith in me. You'll always